of the international financial architecture, which is taking place here, this initiative, motivated by different vantage points of policy making for a country with a debt crisis and long years in Africa and South. We are successful. With this cyclical crisis of collapsing, the high use of borrowing to finance the COVID-19 response, the effect of the war in Ukraine, and I would now like to follow Executive Director of Ideas to explain the purpose and expectations of them. Before he does introduce Charles BC, since he doesn't need his law. Charles is a development economist who has worked as a researcher, lecturer, society activist, and development professional in Ghana and several parts. He's currently the Executive Director of Ideas. He was previously Africa Regional Director for the UN Millennium Campaign and head of Ghana Central Regional Development Center and a member of the National Development Planning Commission. Thank you. Charles, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Let's just sound check. Can you hear me? Can somebody acknowledge? Hello, sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Phew. Those of us online were struggling to hear Dzodzi, so I'm glad you can hear me. Okay. So my name, as the chairperson has mentioned, is hello. So who do text? Please text. Yeah, I should wait. I should hold on. Okay, I'm holding on. Who just called? So, okay, all right. Yeah, it's fine now. Okay. Madam Chairman, and everybody, apologies for the technical hitches, but I hope you can hear and see me. Yeah. So as introduced, I am Charles Abugri. I am the current Executive Director of Ideas. So may I join the chairman for the session, Professor Dzodzi Tsikata, in welcoming you to Accra once again. Professor Tsikata is also the Secretary of the Ideas Executive Committee. May I also acknowledge other members of the Executive Committee present in this room, including Professor Jomo Sundaram, who has had the misfortune or otherwise a singular honor of bearing the names of two of Africa's founding fathers, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana and Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, as well as Professor Vikas Rawal and Professor C.P. Chandrasekhar. The three, alongside Professor Jayati Ghosh, who is not here because the Emirates Airlines did not board her, in spite of the fact that she had in her possession a visa on arrival. So we would miss her presence, but we are hoping, physical presence, we are hoping that she would join online and we would see and hear her. I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Alicia Puyana, who is the chairman of Ideas. She is based in Mexico City and has not been able to travel to Accra. I will also warmly acknowledge colleagues from Asia, Latin America, who are here to share their analysis and experience with us. All other protocols observed. So this conference is the first major event being organized by IDS in Africa since the organization took a decision about 2 years ago to become more structured, building on 20 years of voluntary work by its founding members. That decision to become more present in all regions of the Global South also included moving the Secretariat from New Delhi to Accra. I would like to express my appreciation to the Director of the Institute of African Studies of the University of Ghana for hosting us. May I also acknowledge the head of the Economics Department of the University of Ghana, as well as Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, for successfully hosting a 2-day Young Scholars Workshop ahead of this conference. I am pleased to welcome these young scholars to this conference and to note that IDS has a program to train and mentor young economists and other social scientists interested in exploring more pluralist approaches for understanding the development challenges of countries in the early stages of industrialization, such as those across Africa and other parts of the Global South. Among others, we run annually a 10-month advanced certificate program on research in political economy to prepare young scholars for further research and understanding of heterodox methods. Now to why we are here and what we hope to accomplish. We are here because most of the continent is debt distressed. Far too many countries are defaulting or on the verge of defaulting on their external debt, or are in the middle of, or are queuing up for, or taking ridiculous fiscal measures that punish working people and the poor in order to avoid formal debt restructuring programs with the IMF. They are also simultaneously facing domestic debt pressures that are rising at the same rate as external debt, and in some cases have the same characteristics as external debt when local currency debt instruments are open to non-resident holders, such as Ghana has done. This is barely 20 years since the multilateral debt relief program came to an end. This country is perhaps among the worst of them, having defaulted on its external debt, cut out of the capital markets, and now finds itself in the middle of one of the most austere debt restructuring programs ever seen on this continent. Ghana is also a pioneer of domestic debt restructuring, fostered on it as an unwritten prior condition to qualify for an IMF loan, and designed not for the purpose of creating efficiencies in the domestic capital market, but purely to save money to pay external commercial creditors, a citizen haircut to weave wigs for the big wigs of international capital markets. Ghana had to do what it did with its back against the wall. But how did Ghana, Zambia, and all of the others come to this? And why did they not sustain the low debt levels after the debt restructuring of 1990s and early 2000s? This is one of the key questions that this conference hopes to contribute answers to. If you ask ordinary Ghanaians how the country came to be so broke, unable to pay its loans, the answer is resoundingly one thing: public sector corruption. The view is so pervasive and trust in the state is so low that a people who in the past staunchly opposed IMF programs now see the IMF not simply as a savior of their economy, but a welcome instrument to discipline an unruly government. The sentiment is pervasive across the continent. The importance of good political and bureaucratic leadership definitely cannot be underestimated. But is that all there is to the debt crisis? This question will also be examined in the conference. Even the best leaders, such as the Nkrumahs and the Nyereres and the Kaundas, were shackled by economic structures they inherited and fell or rose by those economic structures. We should recall that the African debt crisis in the 1980s and 1990s were essentially a balance of payment problem, a decade of rising petroleum prices alongside declining agricultural commodity prices, leaving countries stuck for cash to keep their economies going. This current debt crisis also has external origins. This time, not so much the decline in commodity prices, but rising US interest rates, exerting pressure on the yields of commercial bonds that countries were lured by low interest rates and yield-hungry investors to queue to issue Eurobonds for. Yet, the commodity dependence issue also remains critical, as it correlates with so very many factors. How we manage these commodities and how we reduce dependence on raw materials are all parts of the answers for debt sustainability in Africa. We must also ask the question whether at all low-income countries should, in any case, be issuing foreign exchange denominated bonds. But if they should not borrow from private capital markets, what are their options? So the conference will explore these questions, but in doing so, also in the context of the structural factors that affect them, that underpin their limited choices. African governments may do their part, but it will not be sufficient for as long as the international architecture in which they operate is not fit for purpose or is stuck against them and other developing countries. A system that works for the global economy as a whole should enable poorer countries access resources for development affordably. This is what the development banks were set up for. When countries are in temporary balance of payments or liquidity problems, they should have adequate resources to back their efforts to undertake adjustments without prolonged or deep austerity. That's what the IMF and the special drawing rights were meant for. These institutions appear to be playing roles other than what they were meant to do, to be doing, thereby making temporary difficulties of poorer countries even worse. We hope this conference will call them out and have a deep discussion about the roles of these institutions within the broader context of the international financial architecture. Once we look into the future, there is the immediate problem of addressing the current crisis. The solutions are well known. There are no magic ones. We know them. Debt restructuring must lead to debt reduction. There are instruments to achieve this. In this conference, ideas will share our view of an alternative debt restructuring template. This is so it can be enriched, but a template is no use if not adopted by governments. We have to make an effort to disseminate it. Above all, debt negotiations are also about power relations. Our current crop of creditors, especially the commercial ones, are organized as cartels. African governments negotiate as individual countries. Developing country governments, including Sri Lanka and others, negotiate as individual small countries with a serious power imbalance in this process. Shouldn't poor countries also create their own organized cartels and negotiate as a group? What do we hope to do with the products and outcomes of the conversations? We will try to disseminate them in as creative ways as possible, but we will also hope to synthesize key messages into a concise statement of a sort, which we can disseminate and which we hope you can all help to disseminate because it will be a product of the collective. These are some of the things we are hoping for the next 3 days. We are hoping that above all, we will have conversations among ourselves, build solidarity, continue to learn from each other, in a SAF context. Having said so, I would once again like to thank you all for making an effort to come, especially those of you who are coming from far away from outside of Africa, but all other parts of Africa. Let me conclude by saying I am not able to be at the conference personally, which is very unfortunate because I am dealing with the bereavement that has to do with the passing of my mother. Nevertheless, I would follow the conference as close as possible. I wish us all a very productive, rich, and an exciting conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles. Because I can start. Okay. There's no internet. Okay. After that underground cable thing, it's just a mess. It's a miracle. Yes. It's time now. Okay. So apologies for the technical hitches. Just about 10 days ago, there was this huge internet outage across Africa because apparently some underground cables were cut, and we are still struggling to have normal internet services. So please bear with us. But I wanted to say thank you to Charles for setting out so clearly the aims and objectives of our conference and giving us some of the flavor of Ghana's debt situation, which is really interesting. And also because since we are sitting here in Ghana, it's a good place to start from before fanning out into thinking about the debt crisis across Africa and other regions. I also want to extend the conference's deep condolences to Charles for his bereavement, for the loss of his dear mother, and to wish him recovery from the pain of this serious loss. Charles, I hope you can hear us.
Thank you.
This brings me now to our keynote. And I first would like to introduce Professor Adebayo Olukoshi before I ask him to address us. Adebayo Olukoshi is a distinguished professor at the Wits School of Governance, University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. In 2021, he was appointed to the board of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. Olukoshi holds a PhD in politics from the University of Leeds, and he has more than 35 years of experience in the area of international relations, governance, and human rights, both in the academic sector and in intergovernmental organizations. He was a member of the African Union Assessment Panel and chair of the board of several think tanks, including the European Center for Development Policy Management and the Open Society Initiative for West Africa. He also previously served as director of the UN Africa Institute for Economic Development and Planning, EDEP, and also as Executive Director of the Africa Governance Institute, and last but not least, as Executive Secretary of the Council for the Development of Social Science Research in Africa, CODESRIA. So here's our keynote. Bio, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this on? Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Chair. And a very good morning to all of the colleagues and friends here. I see a lot of familiar faces, some of whom, of course, we haven't met since the COVID pandemic. And this meeting looks like a big indaba, a big reunion of old friends and colleagues catching up with each other. And I welcome the opportunity to share some thoughts with you. After our chair gave introductory comments, I said to her, as I often do, that maybe the best thing to do is to come here and move a motion for adoption of what she had said, in the sense that a lot of it resonates with me and also fits into much of what I had prepared to share this morning, reinforced also by the comments and observations that Charles shared with us. I came in from Dakar last night, Senegal, buoyed by a lot of the euphoria of the dramatic political outcome of the presidential elections in that country. And for many of you who may have been following recent developments in the only West African country that has not succumbed to military rule since independence, there was, I think, justified reason to be seriously concerned that the country was not only already plunged into a state of heightened authoritarianism, but might actually descend into chaos on account of some of the shenanigans of an elite which has proved itself to be unable to fully understand the depth of citizen despair and of youth restlessness that has enveloped that country. And what has happened in Senegal with regard to the concerns of the populace, of citizens, around the dissolution of the social contract for the post-colonial social bargain between state and society, is one which is reproduced across the entire West Africa sub-region, and I would dare say the entire African continent. A situation of prolonged and widespread youth unemployment, regardless of whatever level of education people may have acquired, in the understanding that the acquisition of education, of certificates, was an important driver of social mobility. And for a huge swathe of the populace to find itself completely locked out of the social and economic system in the context of the massive unemployment that has gripped the countries of the continent for well over 3 decades now. I think begins to give us a picture of the state of anomy in which we find ourselves, and the expectation that the use of repressive measures to contain whatever social disquiet might arise as a result of the breakdown of the post-independence bargain was clearly a misreading of the resilience, but also the will to resist that we have seen play itself out, particularly in West Africa and the Sahel in a very open and direct sense. Before the Senegal elections, of course, this sub-region was in the news also, largely on account of some of the military interventions that we have seen against a backdrop of decades, again, at least 2 decades, if not more, of armed and violent, sometimes extremist action. A lot of the times interpreted and dismissed as quote-unquote terrorism, understood and fed into the so-called global war on terror, while actually carrying many other dimensions and manifesting itself in many different ways that also include struggles over access to resources that may originate in terms of livelihood questions, but over time also have appeared to take the form of intensified ethno-regional conflicts, raising issues of national identity alongside the struggle to win back national security, domestic stability and security. And again, the failure of elected government in this context to respond to the situation as it has unfolded over time clearly accounts for, at least in part, the military interventions which we have seen in places like Mali, Burkina, Guinea-Conakry, to a point where, without any fear of contradiction, actually, I think we are at a moment for those parts of the continent that are accustomed or have a history of military intervention. We are exposed to a moment in history where practically every country in West Africa and the Sahel is actually vulnerable to a military coup d'etat. And that's how severe the situation is. And if some countries have avoided it to date, it's only because of other intervening considerations amongst domestic actors, more than the fact that the objective conditions are not ripe for such interventions. They are very ripe, in some instances actually overripe for an intervention. I go into this partly to say that our quest here for responding to the contemporary debt crisis that confronts us on the African continent cannot be separated from the broader struggle for power, for participation, for representation in our political system. There's in fact a sense in which we ought, given all of the work that we have done, and there are many people here who have done considerable work on the African debt crisis, given all of the work which we have done, there's a sense in which an important element that we should be bringing into our conversation is the fact that the debt question is first and foremost a political question. And that political question, I believe, is one which was posed to us at the outset of independence. And nowhere more so than here in the Republic of Ghana, where Kwame Nkrumah, as the leader of independent Ghana, put the question of politics at the center of the effort to build a post-colonial Africa. And the push which he made for exactly, I believe, what Charles Abugre was referring to in his remarks, for a collective approach that might enable the newly independent countries of this continent to overcome the inherited disadvantages that the colonial period left as a legacy for them. Students of history have calculated, have summarized the debates of the early independence period in terms of the two camps that were involved in the arguments over the direction that the continent should be taking. The so-called radical Casablanca group that was symbolized by Kwame Nkrumah and which involved a quest for a united continent from day one, with a common currency, a common defense policy, a high command, and so on and so forth. In short, a union government or a United States of Africa. And those who push for a much more so-called gradualist approach, the Monrovia group of countries, as they were called, who preferred to maintain the framework that was achieved at independence with the territorial boundaries carved out in Berlin, and instead opt for a functional form of cooperation. It was this view that won out in the debate over the future and the choice which was made in Addis Ababa in 1963, in which African countries basically decided that they would maintain what was bequeathed to them at independence, seek cooperation on a gradualist basis. But effectively what it meant was that each country, for all intents and purposes, was going to go it alone. And to the extent to which any cooperation was going to be possible, even at a rhetorical level, it would be pursued through functional instruments of collaboration. I argue that part of the implication of this is that the vertical nature of the relationship between the newly independent African countries and the metropolitan centers of capital was simply reproduced. And this is not a new argument. It's one which I believe we're all familiar, with which we're all familiar and in broad agreement. And in a sense, that basically meant a reinforcement of the structures of underdevelopment and dependence that have basically reproduced themselves in the period since independence to date. Structures of dependence which also spoke to the exposure of most of the countries of the continent to varieties of external shocks, the commodity dependence to which Charles referred, but also the inability to build economies that had robust forms of intersectoral linkages that were able to add value, especially through effective trade and industrial policy. And this is in spite of the fact that efforts were made in the first decade or two of independence to pursue import substitution policies of various kinds. And additionally, policies that will help us to be able to generate employment for a teeming population, particularly of young people. A reproduction of dependence, which, again, in the first 2 decades of independence, meant that the capacity to generate the requisite domestic resources, some of the kinds of concerns which Nkrumah had in mind at independence when he pushed for the common currency and a common central bank, came to stare us in the face. And the immediate response was to seek external aid. Right? It was also here in Ghana that some of the initial research on the role of development finance and how it could fill gaps for developing countries like those of Africa could be promoted. And Africa, for the first 2 decades of independence, depended very heavily on development cooperation assistance in order to fill gaps in the economy, especially resource gaps. It also, of course, included the seconding of technical personnel, expertise, in the face of efforts to also indigenize economies as one of the fruits and gains of independence. It was not until the early 1970s, in the context of the first OPEC oil price revolution, the recycling of petrodollars, and the Iranian Revolution, that we got into a situation in which arguments began to be made that Africa was underborrowed. And in order to meet the balance of payments challenges arising from the OPEC oil price revolutions, could borrow internationally. And various forms of loans and resources were made available, proposed to African governments in the form of contractor finance, in the form of suppliers' credits, and in some cases, outright loans in the form of cash made available to the finance ministries of African countries. The second oil price revolution of 1979 that followed the Iranian Revolution threw that arrangement into disarray. As African countries, in the face of rising oil prices, entered into a major balance of payments crisis, which effectively meant that they were no longer able to service the loans they had started to take in the context of the recycling of petrodollars. And that paved the way for the structural adjustment programs that we began to see. Now, most of the loans, as our chair pointed out, that we saw in the first African debt crisis came mostly from bilateral sources, official loans from bilateral sources, but also from the multilateral institutions. The Paris Club, therefore, became an important player in all of the efforts to address the crisis which African countries found themselves having to manage at the beginning of the 1980s. Crisis which was exacerbated by the so-called Mexican weekend of 1982 that eventually, as refracted into Africa, paved the way for the adoption of structural adjustment as a policy framework. The austerity measures that were imposed in order to help African countries ostensibly to rebalance their finances, but with a priority to also servicing their external debt. Debt which they could not afford to service in the face of diminishing resources, in the face of the collapse of commodity prices, in the face of the balance of payments challenges they were confronted with, but which nevertheless was made an important precondition also for engagement with the multilateral institutions for some form of support to help them tide over their crisis period. I had the opportunity to work for a period with the late Tanzanian President Julius Nyerere for 2 years. And I discussed this period in the context of his own stewardship of Tanzania at the time, and why ultimately he decided to leave the scene. And his argument was essentially that having invested a considerable amount of resources in his own little way to try to reorient the Tanzanian economy away from certain forms of dependence. It seemed to be supremely ironic that he was being asked as president by the multilateral institutions to effectively jettison everything that had been done as wrong policy, to admit that it was wrong policy from Ujamaa to all of the other initiatives that were taken, including the creation of public enterprises, and begin to embrace the exact opposite of what at the outset they were clear could not work for them in Tanzania. And that provided the backdrop to his decision as a matter of principle to resign from office. Insofar as, in his understanding, the structural adjustment framework was never going to provide the kind of policy apparatus that will enable Tanzania to reverse the crisis which it was undergoing, including sacrificing many of the social gains that had been made by the country in education, in health, in housing, in questions of job creation and the like, not to talk of national integration and unity, for which I think he's still celebrated today by Tanzanians, and yet which he was asked, like many other African countries, to abandon in favor of market liberalization policies. So this was the situation in which the continent found itself in the context of the first debt crisis. What is importantly different with regard to the current crisis we are confronted with, again, as indicated by the chair, is the fact that we have moved from a predominance of official multilateral loans to tide over our situations of crisis to a dependence on much more private financing. The Eurobond loans became very popular in the course of this new millennium, at the dawn of the new millennium. And it was driven by a narrative of Africa rising, an Africa rising narrative that was concocted outside of the continent, mostly by international consultancy companies that suddenly rediscovered Africa, that same continent that had been described as the open sore of humanity in the 80s and 90s at the height of economic crisis and structural adjustment, now celebrated as the rising continent. And all kinds of statistics were bandied to back the Africa rising narrative. 8 or 9 of the fastest growing economies on the continent in the first decade of the new millennium were African. And I remember in the context of our debates at the UN Economic Commission for Africa, and Carlos Lopez as executive secretary, it became basically a question of which narrative do you really want to promote about Africa? Do you want to continue to complain about the discontents of structural adjustment, or do you want to seize the fact that 8 out of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world are African and run away with it? But run away with it to what effect and to what end? And for most governments, this became a psychological buoy for them to begin to feel that they had reached a point where they could begin to approach the Eurobond markets in order to raise money. Sometimes, actually most times, on terms that were totally unimaginable 2 decades or so earlier. So we found ourselves in country after country. Development planning was supposed to be back in fashion during this period, but it was not the development planning of the post-independence period. It was a different kind of development planning that was supposed to lead us towards emerging markets, every country defined as its goal to be classified as a middle income or higher middle income country by a given period of time and to emerge as a success story, so to speak. In Dakar, where I was based, we actually have a housing estate that the outgoing president launched and titled the City of Emergence. The City of Emergence. Le Sénégal émergent. Le Congo émergent. Le Gabon émergent. And that became the refrain that pushed a lot of the effort to mobilize resources in the conviction that we are now mature enough. We are strong enough to be able to absorb these loans. Very little attention was paid to the terms of the loans. The drive a lot of times was simply to get the loans and to be able to present this to the public as a success story. Very little attention was paid to the developmental content of the loans, what developmental outcomes were sought in contracting those loans. In fact, scandalously, in many countries, those loans were taken to finance consumption, simply to finance consumption in a lot of cases. And even if they were not initially contracted to finance consumption, we found that in too many of the countries, the loans were simply redirected precisely to finance consumption. So there was really no developmental content or benefit associated with the Eurobond loans that were being contracted. At the third level is the fact that around our finance ministries and central banks had developed, I think, what Charles called a cartel. Well, actually, one should call it a cabal, a global cabal that was dealing in money as a mode of living. A cabal which effectively included lawyers, tax consultants, consultancy houses of various kinds that wrote sweet stories and sweet narratives about the prospects of different countries, and which worked in most cases in cahoots with finance ministers and their entourage. And I'm not speculating on this matter at all, because in fact, in quite a number of African countries, governors of central banks and ministers of finance were themselves shareholders or owners of consultancy companies that benefited directly from the Eurobond loans that were taken by their countries, almost in a context, in a situation of conflict of interest that effectively meant that loans were taken in order to achieve personal enrichment. Loans were taken unjustified in order to get the percentage that was necessary. And, you know, you can Google some of the stories that have come out in recent times. The Nigerian finance minister, Nigeria is going through a very severe crisis. Chair, it's, you know, Ghana has surprised a lot of us. But Ghana is not exceptional in this regard. In the case of Nigeria, the incumbent finance minister has had to issue a statement to say that the company that he set up that plays a role, an arbitrage role in these matters, he had recused himself from participation in its day-to-day operations. And so there was no conflict whatsoever in his dealings with the international financial markets. But in fact, the reality is that in country after country, directly or indirectly, a cabal that includes domestic actors and international actors has formed around the business of loans for African countries, centered around particularly the Eurobond markets, and therefore pushing the countries of the continent in an accelerated manner into the current debt crisis. Some of you will recall that during the Obasanjo years in Nigeria, when he became president in 1999, returning to the presidency, this time as an elected politician, one of the commitments he made was to impose greater discipline in the management of the economy, plug as many leakages, domestic leakages, as possible. I think that's another word for corruption in the economy. And in that process, help to reduce Nigeria's external debt profile. And you recall also that from the oil windfall of that period, the president decided that he was going to repay the Nigerian external debt in order to make Nigeria debt-free. More than $16 billion at the time. And there was a lot of debate domestically about what to do. I mean, why would we pay that kind of amount to creditors when there were so many needs in the country, beginning with the most elementary things around infrastructure and supplying electricity. The country where of what, 200 million people generating 1,500 megawatts of electricity sounded really very scandalous. But the priority he chose was to repay. The British Chancellor of the Exchequer at the time, Gordon Brown serving under Tony Blair as Prime Minister, was to tell Parliament that out of the Nigerian debt repayment, the Exchequer in the UK made a cool profit of £2 billion, which again outraged opinion in the country. This is a waste, complete waste. But he prided himself, and if you read his memoirs from his period in office, that he cleared the Nigerian debt and at least gave Nigerian policymakers the space to be able to take sovereign decisions without the pressure coming from external interests, including the IMF and the World Bank. Today, what is Nigeria's external debt? We are getting to $50 billion. It did not take 2 years after Obasanjo left office for the race to the Eurobond markets to begin, with Goodluck Jonathan, continued under Buhari, but worse, yeah, as you indicated, was also the domestic debt, which was not a major issue in the first debt crisis, but had become a big issue in the ongoing situation. And to give you the Nigerian example, it's not only that the government was on a permanent life support from the domestic banking system, it's also that the central bank, for the first time in the history of the country, violated its own rules and began to print money under the so-called way and means facility to the tune of almost 30 trillion naira. 30 trillion naira. The Senate is currently investigating what happened to that money. Where did it go to? The central bank has admitted that 30 trillion was printed in a space of 4 to 5 years to support the government, to keep the economy going. And what was the interest of the government? Essentially, to be able to pay salaries, and the rest of it would disappear into thin air. So that we have a situation in a lot of countries where not only the external debt burden has become unsustainable with all of the pressures which it is imposing on citizens, on the basic economic process and even the predictability which operators require in order to be able to invest, including domestic investors, but also a situation of domestic indebtedness that is not backed by any visible development initiatives around which it might be hoped that the economy will be able to grow itself and recover. And that is what makes the current situation a little more complicated than the previous one. It seems to me that the response which we need to be developing has to go beyond simply doing what we did in the past, of making proposals on how sustainability might be achieved. And there was no shortage of plans in the past. Not much came out of them. There's no shortage of ideas being propounded presently about what needs to be done. But it seems to me that, in fact, it is first and foremost a question of a political nature in terms of how we are going to reorganize power in our countries and the roles which social movements must play in the process of reorganizing power, much more than we have done in the recent past. And this is where I situate what I see to be the potential positive outcome of what we have seen in Senegal as a symbol of a struggle between a history and a culture of dependence and of extraversion of the economy to a point where an important swathe of the population has come to the conclusion that there has to be a fundamental power shift at different levels. A power shift in terms of the relationship between the metropole and the periphery, between former colonial powers and so-called independent African countries, but also domestically, a shift in the relationship between the people and the elites, between government and society, between state and society. That recalibration has to happen in order for us to begin again on a sound footing in which transactions and activities are carried out on the basis of clearly defined vision of development and projects of society, as opposed to what we have seen that effectively amounts to a free-for-all arrangement in the governance not only of the economy, but also in the management of our political processes. And to the extent to which we are able to rediscover our capacity for political organization, it seems to me that this will be perhaps one of the most important answers to the current debt conundrum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Adebayo Olukoshi. Can you join me to give him another round of applause? So I especially want to acknowledge that magisterial account of the histories of Africa's debt and the economic and political fallouts. I think it was really salutary. It sets the kind of context we need for our conference going forward. I also want to thank you especially for raising the issue that the debt crisis is political and that it is really important to address it within the context of a struggle for politics, for power of citizens, and also for representation. But most importantly, a struggle to set a new social contract between citizens and the state. We have about 12 minutes. So I just want to open this window, small window, for if you have any burning question you want to put to Professor Olukoshi. I especially encourage young scholars to speak if they have any questions they want to ask him. Who's taking the mic around? Okay, so can I see your hands if you are interested? Yes, please. Dr. Joel, I presume. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So there is a standard narrative, some of which we heard from the professor, about that the roots of the debt problem lie in Africa itself. That there are elites which are making bad decisions, elites with compromised incentives. And I've no doubt that there is much merit to that point of view. But I hope that at least this conference will consider another set of players and another set of issues which have contributed to the problem, and that is the creditors. Because as the professor rightly said, one of the things about the Eurobond burst that happened was that a lot of those resources went into consumption. That is true. The issue is that the creditors, the private creditors who were issuing that credit, knew that it was going to go into consumption. This was not a surprise. This was not something they didn't expect. So even though the creditors knew that the credit was going to be used poorly, they lent the money anyway. So a question that has to be asked, as well as the question about improving governance in Africa, is about what to do about the fact that creditors who know bad things are going to be done with their money lend anyway, and how to stop that happening.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Yes, please. Yes. Can you tell us your name and then ask?
Yeah, my name is Ray Jinkosi from Pretoria. A follow-up on Peter Dawes' question. He says, what about the creditors? Professor Bayo, can you reflect over the issue of the templates that are being used by the institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, and so on, which in my view may as well be political text and in their origin, while obviously casting doubt on our politicians here. Perhaps if you can look at the political nature of the debt sustainability analysis itself, the debt sustainability framework itself, whether there cannot be or there isn't any political underpinnings to that. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Andrea Molinari. I come from Argentina. And perhaps trying to step forward with some things that we will share tomorrow on the Argentinian experience. I was wondering if you could, adding up on what's been said already, on these different approaches for restructuring debt, which are also part of this template mentioned earlier, especially by the IMF as in both sides of the windows, in terms of debt restructurer, advising, but also as a creditor, and whether you have any stance on this contractual approach versus statutory approach, which we together with many of your countries have managed to approve at the UN as 9 principles to a better debt restructuring in 2015 at the UN main conference, meeting. So just if you have any sayings about that, just contributing to what's been said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Last.
Thank you very much for a great presentation. I just wanted your view on the role of China. China is now the largest bilateral creditor to many of the African countries. Is China part of the problem or part of the solution? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. That's all we have time for. So I'd like to call by people want to make another.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for those observations. I mean, I stopped where I shouldn't have stopped. I should have added China as one of the new dimensions of the current debt crisis. And 3 days ago, the Zambian president complained aloud and was quoted by the press when he came back from some foreign trip and said that the situation in Zambia was almost set to be sorted out, except for the fact that China was still holding out. And China holding out on the insistence that the treatment of its loans to Zambia had to be placed on the same pedestal as the treatment of the loans procured from either the multilateral institutions or particularly from the private creditors. China is not in Africa to play Father Christmas. China is in Africa for business. China is in Africa for China. And I think it has taken a little time for many people in policy-making roles on the continent to wake up to this realization. There may have been a period of international socialist solidarity in the early post-independence period. The Tanzam Railway is often cited as an excellent example of international solidarity financed by China, of even stadia that were built across the continent as part of Chinese friendship. But as a major stakeholder in the contemporary world economy, China acts to safeguard its own interests, including the leverage which the increased exposure, not less than 30 African countries actually have China as their leading creditor. That it brings it considerable leverage, even in the context of the changing geopolitics that we find on a global scale. You find that China is using a combination of economic tools and political tools to advance its own position and interests in a changing global order. So it's very clear that borrowing from China without doing all of the necessary prudential work and being clear what you want to do with the resources beyond simply consuming is going to basically produce the same outcome as we have seen in the past. That's really, quite frankly, my honest assessment. And I've always argued that in international relations, we need to understand as Africans that nobody owes us a living. And that has been repeated in our history of the last 600 years. Nobody ultimately owes Africa a living. If we did not learn the lesson from interactions with the West in the past, then perhaps we'll be walking blindfolded into a changing world order, which offers possibilities, but also has many traps that are within it. I'm not saying this to suggest that China is the exact replica of the Western powers. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you need to be clear what you want out of China. China knows what it wants out of Africa. Africa needs to be clear what it wants out of China. And unfortunately, so far, a lot of the interaction between Africa and China, in spite of the China-Africa Forum that convenes, and in spite of BRICS and all of them, is still undertaken on a highly fragmented basis. Individual countries usually looking for emergency support without too much political conditions attached find China attractive. But that cannot be a sufficient basis for engaging China for support. Creditor accountability, completely in agreement with you, Peter. It's a cabal. That's really the way I try to understand this. The creditors managed with the support of their governments to set up a global debt framework that basically frees them of all responsibility, and to put in place mechanisms that will sanction countries that try to hold them accountable. I recall, I think 2 years or so ago, Afrodat Jason Braganza was actually leading an effort to think through a global debt accountability mechanism that will involve holding the creditors responsible for bad decisions that they make or opportunist decisions that they make. Well, you saw the struggle over Greece, over the Greek debt, and the strenuous effort that was made with the political weight of Germany and other key European countries to cover the creditors to the Greek government, and even to threaten Greece with expulsion from the Eurozone if it insisted. I mean, it's a story which you are familiar with. So I'm in agreement with you. But it looks like here in Ghana, the people who had to take a haircut were the citizens. The citizens were made to take a haircut in the context of the ongoing crisis, not the Eurobond holders. That shows you that not only has the imbalance in power relations between creditor and recipient been sustained over the years, it has actually worsened. Worsened to a point where governments feel that in order to be able to get the kind of relief that they seek, they must start by imposing new types of punishment on beleaguered citizens as a demonstration of their political will to take hard decisions. So I'm in agreement with you that that has to be an important part, but it's in a sense a subset of a bigger question. If you do not get your act together at home in the first instance, you are not likely to also develop the kind of policy thinking and framework that says, here are the terms on which we will engage with you. And too often, there's an assumption that the desperation to move money is more on the side of the recipients than on the side of the creditors. We saw it in the 70s and 80s, where suppliers' credit was offered almost as a favor, not as a commercial transaction. Will help you. You have a shortage of rice, your citizens are rioting over shortage of rice, will give you a supplier's credit, shipping the rice, you pay us later on the following terms, we are helping you. But in fact, there's also a desperation on the side of the creditors. I mean, money never sleeps, right? To use the language of the movie, money never sleeps. And they need to move this money on an ongoing basis. Add also the speculators, the role of the speculators that has grown considerably in the context of financialization in the global economy, that I think also contributes to what we need to deal with. The political nature of debt sustainability. It's always been a question of interventions If you go back to the Baker Plan, for example, in the first round of the debt crisis, the Brady Plan, and all of the subsequent interventions that have been defined, a primary driver of those interventions was in the first instance how to save the creditors. It's political. And so the entire framework itself is a reproduction of the relations of domination and subordination, that dynamic. No matter its technical packaging, including even the HIPIC initiative, which most of our countries went through, and the conditionality associated with it, there was always a very clear objective defined at the end of the tunnel, which was seen as the desired outcome that will maintain systemic order, according to the vision of the designers of those frameworks. And our response from that point of view also has to be political. We can play on the inconsistencies in the technical frameworks that are available or that are put on the table for achieving so-called debt sustainability. But it is important that we also recognize that the most effective response will have to be a political counter response to this situation. There are many things on which one can criticize the UN system, but I certainly do welcome some of the recent moves that have been made to take key swathes of global economic decision-making away from bodies like the OECD and bring them into the UN General Assembly. Whether it will succeed in the end, we shall see, but I think Jomo is an expert in that domain. Whether it will succeed, we shall see. But certainly there's a lot of expectation connected with, for example, the global tax reform that is currently under discussion, that we might stand a better chance of getting a more equitable system put in place if it took place within the United Nations framework than if it was simply left to the OECD, the G20, and the whole host of other clubs that exist and play an informal role that effectively usurps the role of the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for asking those questions. And thank you, Bayo, for your responses, which have opened up new issues for us to continue to discuss. And I imagine that this session does not end our discussions. It's actually the beginning. So I urge us to continue to delve into these matters, particularly the issues of the international financial architecture. I want to make two announcements, maybe three, before we close this session. The first one is to remind you that we have a coffee break until 11 o'clock, and that if you get out of this place and you turn to your right, you'll see the setup there, so you can refresh yourselves and come back more energetic for the next session, which is a panel discussion on African external debt and obstacles to sovereign debt restructuring. It's to be chaired by Godwin Murunga, the Executive Secretary of Codestria, and panelists include Jomo Kwame Sundaram, Grieve, Chelwa, Simmons, and possibly a representative from the UNECA. And that would lead us then into our lunch break. I just want to also say to you that you are in a dynamic city of interesting citizens. Treat your space here like you treat any other space where you have to look after your belongings and be aware of your surroundings and so on. We don't want you losing anything. I'm not saying Ghanaians are more likely to steal your things than other people, But yeah, if you were in Los Angeles, I'd be saying the same thing to you. So please look after your possessions. So with that, I'd like to bring this session to a close, and let's give ourselves and our speakers a round of applause. Okay. Thank you so much.
So I suppose the question I wanted to ask was how much time am I allocated to the one that's the right?
This is your power. Let's look at the time you come together, then you want to show the five, then you guide. And see the factor in the time.
Yeah, we have 1.5 hours.
Yeah. And
I really would like to have the back and forth.
And then you can figure out whatever the number is. Yeah, then you all.
Well, bio already covered. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Well, you know, all we need is from I'm sorry.
That would help, but taking everything back to select. Let me, yes. Pardon? I'm going to sleep here. So I'm told that I want to take 1 hour. Both Hanan, right? Can we stand here? So get him out of the way, but also in a structure where he can have some areas at he won't have a decisive say on the AU chair. But he will have some say. But I also think that it's a in support of Raila which is why you may have noticed that Obasanjo was sitting there when Raila asked for money. There's something that has a continental, but something that has an insider Kenyan is get his guy out. And I think that Raila is playing. I don't think that. I think he really likes it. I think it's in Kenya. Yes. Actually, after the last election, the process around us is not really our relevance still depends on you. It's going to be a dirty game. There are, as I speak to you now, 3 potential candidates who have come out here and they have mobilized. Former governor of Mombasa, former governor of Raila's, and the current leader of minority. Ethnically, we are cost. In terms of numbers, in terms of the weight of the person who's moving, it's been one of Raila's main just for the last 10 years. Aparanya is a former minister of land, Kentucky governor. Then governor. That's really one of the best performing governors of this time. And population-wise, in terms of possible number of people that we have Chelwa, Bio's friend. Because it's when Bio was revitalizing both ministers of China. The guy who is electronic stuff performed very well when he became governor, counting very well. We're now seeing it because now we have a new governor and it's not performing. It comes with someone. Not Let them take a selfie with you. Colleagues, welcome back. In the interest of time, can we take our seats? And I will ask the participants to this panel to join me so that we can begin. Can we take our seats, please? I feel like you are ignoring me. Especially those ones who are still having conversations. I feel thoroughly ignored, which is not very good. Some are even walking out. In my area of work, they call it voting with your feet. So, I think we should be. Okay, colleagues, welcome to the first panel following the opening session and the excellent keynote address from Professor Adebayo Olukoshi. When I was asked to chair this session, I was a bit taken aback because by training, I'm a historian. And we historians wait until the problems play themselves out. And then we come and study them. In a conference of economists, I felt a little bit displaced, at least until Professor Adebayo Olukoshi reframed the question. In brief, I feel his key point was the challenge we face is not a challenge of getting the numbers right. It's a challenge of getting the politics right. And I feel that the interplay between the numbers and the politics is going to be a central thing that we carry forward. There is also a rather architectural language that we have built into the discussion around the debt crisis. And I feel that part of the challenge is not just getting that balance, but getting it right so that we can get the structures for reorienting the politics. And my own intervention, therefore, is going to be that
Sorry, but I cannot hear.
Sorry, there's no sound. We can't hear. Sorry, can someone fix the audio? We can't hear anything. Can the organizer unmute, please? We can't hear the speech. The speaker is about to finish now. We haven't heard anything. Can the organizer we need to fix the sound, please? Can't hear anything.
Robert Barney. And Robert Barney basically talked about the dead bushes, the big bushes all over the world, particularly and all over the global south, now for it, where these people were pushing them, the kind of things which were referred to in the last session are very relevant. So let me now quickly move to discussing okay. I think it's important for us to put this into context. I'm going to run for a bunch of slides. After this place to be darkened. Basically there's the idea that you need to have foreign borrowing to accelerate growth was basic idea which is propagated ever since basically independence, but particularly during the period of the rise of finance. And this is the kind of argument you offer here. Now, if you look at the situation further, for more than a decade, for the last dozen years, we have seen that at least in the low-income countries, poverty has not been falling since about 2012. And this situation, despite the lowering of interest rates during the period of quantitative easing, capital victories, all the people should be available. It did not come. The low-income countries basically prove that most of outcomes let alone the other development outcomes. Now, if you look at the situation, there was quite an interesting question earlier about Chinese debt to sub-Saharan Africa. It is very important to recognize that debt has declined significantly for about 8 years since already history. Now, there are many reasons for this, but I think you know that the Cold War between the US and China basically began with President Barack Obama declaring a pivot to Asia and to isolate China, and this has basically made things difficult. So we may even remember that there was criticism by the Chinese Pakistan, where he said that Chinese business interests were not to be associated with the Chinese government. And the Chinese business practices were certainly not defensible. And he extremely, to some extent, prevented some ways to criticize some of these business practices. Now, what you also find is that in the more recent period, the low-income countries have been borrowing much more private credit, simply because the rich countries have not made conceptual finance available. Of course, they are borrowing market terms, whether it is borrowing from bank banks or borrowing through the market, through the bond markets. And all this is basically resulted in which increase in debt service costs, not only in the last years since the interest rates were raised on the US debt, but even before that, we look at statistics indicated here. So it's quite a stagnant, however, in the last 2 years with the increase in private in interest rates in the US and also in the rest of the West. What is the result? What's happening?
As a consequence is that very little private finance available to the low income countries. So at precisely the time when debt distress of the low income countries has been soaring. Now, this might seem to be rational behavior on the part of the lenders, but certainly it exacerbates the debt distress which is being faced by the poorest countries. Now, there's also been, in the recent 8 years or so, a sharp rise of long-term debt by low-income countries, as indicated by this graph. There is also a corresponding increase in the contribution of private credit to low-income countries. I want to emphasize this because it is often not appreciated how dependent low-income countries are on concessional finance from the rich countries. Now, moving on very quickly, I think it's important for us to recognize. Oh, I was talking in the dark. I asked to speak in the dark for you to see the slides, but now I managed to do both. Anyway, I'm very sorry about this. I'll be quite happy to share the slides later. But basically, I was showing a series of graphs to strengthen the point I was trying to make. So what we have is again emphasis on the role of private credit to what are called IDA eligible countries. Okay, so IDA eligible countries also happen to be the low income countries. They're not exact equation, but it gives you a rough sense of what is involved. And about almost half of the low income countries happen to be African countries, sub-Saharan African countries. So basically what you see is a corresponding increase in different types of debt, and especially in the relative increase of the role of private debt since about a decade and a half ago. So the composition of debt stock in the low and middle income countries has changed a lot during the last dozen years, and I don't have time to go and discuss all this in detail. And there are also very important changes in the composition of debt stock in relation to export income and so on. And this, I think, is very important to recognize. Now, the low and middle income countries' debt to China by region has basically ended around, well, it has basically gone up and down, and it'll take me too long to discuss this bar chart in detail, but I think it's important for you to recognize that there is a great, just like Adebayo emphasized, that there's a great deal of propaganda around the whole debate on Chinese debt. It's very important for us to actually look at the data and look at the trends rather than make gross generalizations about debt traps and so on and so forth. Now, the new debt inflows into low and middle income countries by maturity has also changed as a consequence, not only of the Chinese change, but also because of the increased role of private finance, which I referred to earlier. Now, all this, of course, has important implications. It's too difficult to go through this table in a rush, but I think it's important for us to recognize that external debt flows are often related not so much to debt in itself, but a lot of external flows may be related also to inflows of equity. So you can have a country, FDI, for example, coming in, and that company actually borrowing, and that obviously has important implications. And when governments guarantee FDI in different ways, that too has implications for government host government liabilities. Now, the shares of loan commitments to IDA eligible countries by creditor type has also changed as a consequence. And it's important to recognize that IDA eligible countries are also the LICs, or low income countries, and this has important consequences. Now, the public and publicly guaranteed debt by creditor and creditor type has also changed very considerably. Very often, most countries report foreign government debt. Okay, they do not report government guaranteed debt. And those of us who happen to be, who are colonized by the British, for example, most of our laws and constitutional obligations do not require reporting government guaranteed debt. So you actually need to change the law to require the reporting of government guaranteed debt. And this has become extremely important because you have partial privatization of a great number of state-owned enterprises, and those obligations are taken on by governments or guaranteed by governments, effectively taken on by governments, and often there is very little actual recognition thereof. Now, the other important, there have of course been a number of developments as this new situation loomed large, and there have been various initiatives, most notably by the G20. G20 basically that has not been large. It has had very few takers, but nonetheless, it is important to recognize why there have been very few takers. And some of those provisions have actually expired by now. Okay, so some of it was done during the pandemic, but now, precisely when the situation is even more dire, because the European Central Bank and others, notably with the exception of Japan, you basically have a more serious situation. Now, let me quickly rush through some of the others. I just want to remind you of ODA developments for 60s. You will see that that the 0.7% commitment made following the Pearson Commission report being that being the basis for the UN resolution. Remember that the World Council of Churches had originally recommended 2%. Okay, it was subsequently revised down to 1.5% and then to 1%, and finally the recommendation, which was accepted in the General Assembly after considerable negotiation, was 0.7%. And that 0.7% has not really been achieved, and many of the richest countries in the world have never met those obligations. Most significantly, Germany has never met those obligations. Germany doesn't want to meet those obligations, neither has Japan and a whole host of other countries. The UK, by redefining its aid, briefly met that 0.7 or 1% during the time David Cameron was Prime Minister about a decade ago. So basically, otherwise, you find that aid has actually gone down. And just as a footnote, although I don't have the data with me here, you will find that Tony Blair's commitment to increase the aid to Africa never materialized. Okay, so let's keep some of that in mind. So the African debt to GDP ratio basically has risen, but as I mentioned earlier, the debt the ratio has fallen in recent times, partly because the creditors are not willing to lend to the poorest countries. Now, private lending has actually accelerated in the last decade or so. for reasons which I have already discussed earlier, and the debt servicing share of government spending jumped basically in 2023 for the reasons after the US Federal Reserve basically raised interest rates. So we have a situation which is due to a number of factors which have little to do with Africa. There's a tendency created by the global South. Many of these problems were created with a great deal of encouragement by the rich countries, by the OECD countries, and basically a failure to deliver on its existing obligations, and hence countries really had very little alternative. Now, I don't have time to go through this slide, but basically I think it's important to recognize there are a whole range of mismatches, including currency mismatches, including the timing of the debt obligations, the kind of loans which were available to developing countries, all of which need to be taken into consideration in looking at how onerous the debt currently is. It's also important to recognize the role and limitations of the apparent appeal. You see, because I think there were people who were talking earlier about the government loans being issued, and you don't really know where the money was going, and the money was went for short-term consumption. But I think it's also important to recognize that with bond issues, there's even less transparency, and there's less ability to negotiate in the event of an outcome. And this is particularly why I think we need to pay some attention to the recent New York State legislation, which will constrain what Wall Street can do and cannot do, but also very importantly to recognize, especially for Africa, a great proportion of the debt actually is not bound by US law, but by New York law, but instead it is from the City of London. And so we need to recognize this. So this is the time when you really need your ex-Ghanaian, for example, the man who became briefly Chancellor of the Exchequer and managed to lose the job and lose his leadership of the government. So I think we need to think about some of these issues as we go forward. And I think I've already exceeded the time which Godwin kindly offered to me. So let me stop here, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Murunga, for the kind introduction. He asked that we introduce ourselves. My name is Grieve Chelwa. I'm Associate Professor of Political Economy at the Africa Institute, and also a Senior Fellow at Tricontinental Institute for Social Research. Dr. Murunga said he felt misplaced as a historian among economists, but I think we share a similar approach. The old joke says economists can explain the last crisis, but cannot predict the one that's coming. So I think that's also the historical method. So I think, Dr. Murunga, you're among friends, right? A good friend in the audience asked me to challenge the organizers, by the way, and she said to me, "Where are the women on the panel?" You know, so it is a message that I'm conveying to the organizers to make the panels make no more manos. You know, problems of debt affect all of us. Yeah. Thank you so much to Ideas for convening us in Accra to talk about the important topic of the African continent and how the albatross of debt keeps holding us back in terms of development. I want to use my brief remarks to talk about Zambia's debt dynamics, a country that I know much better, right? To talk about Zambia's debt dynamics, and by debt dynamics, I mean the origin of the debt as well as the crisis. And the place that these dynamics, and to place these dynamics in their proper historical context. Again, Dr. Murunga, I'm just following your lead as a historian, right? And doing so will make it clear that Zambia is not unique in this regard. Second, I'd like to talk about Zambia's frustrations with current attempts at resolving its debt crisis, attempts that are still ongoing 4 years after the country defaulted. So how are we to understand Zambia's debt dynamics? Right. Zambia's debt story did not begin today, but can be traced back to historical forces that were set in motion decades ago, and in some cases a century ago. This is crucially important to understand, given the temptation to see the current crisis as solely a creation of bad governance or financial mismanagement. This viewpoint is alive and strong today, and that is why the current framework, that is why in the current framework, a necessary and sufficient condition for debt resolution is to impose austerity. That is financial discipline on the errant country. But I'll argue that, debt, at least as I see it, sort of it's historical, and we'll see most of these historical forces are pretty external to Zambia. So let me quickly discuss some of the historical forces that explain the current debt story that Zambia finds itself in. So I'll talk about 3 historical forces. A first historical force is the story of copper, that red metal that is so vital for electric conduction and sadly also vital for bullet manufacturing. Copper is incredibly important to Zambia, earning it somewhere in the order of 70% of the current foreign exchange earnings. Zambia's integration into the world economy system, or the world capitalist system, was formally facilitated with the establishment of the first commercial copper mine in what became the Copperbelt province in 1928. It was established at a town called Luansha. Copper was then to become the driving force of external debt dynamics in the country, whose fortunes on the world commodity markets would determine whether we could build up debt or not, and whether we had a debt crisis or not. For example, Zambia's first debt crisis, which originated in the 1970s and was resolved when the country reached the hippie completion point in 2003, was largely a story of copper price dynamics in the following way. In the independence decade of the 1960s, the real inflation adjusted price of copper increased by 70%. So we've got a new government that's just taken over from the British, and the price of copper goes up by 70%, right? In the 3 decades after this, so starting about 1970, 1980, and 1990, the real price of copper declined by 70% again. So it went up by 70% in the 60s and then declined by 70% in the 3 decades following that. This then sent the country into a balance of payments tailspin that resulted in Zambia's first debt crisis, and I argue also explains the current debt crisis. So that's the first historical force, the role of copper, and you see the role of copper playing itself out in the current debt crisis. So that's the first historical force. The second historical process that explains our current debt conjuncture, and related to the first one, is a structural adjustment process whose implementation in Africa began in the 80s, and in the Zambian case was implemented in the 1990s. Prior to the structural adjustment, these large-scale long-term infrastructure and such infrastructure projects were funded and encouraged by the likes of the World Bank. The classic example, for example, is in the Zambian case is the giant Kariba Dam, completed in 1959, and whose gift continues up to this day. And so Zambia went on an infrastructure drive in the immediate post-independence period, and much of the country's infrastructure today was actually laid in that period. But with structural adjustment, funding for large-scale long-term infrastructure projects declined alongside forcing governments to run so-called cash budgets. That is, you could only spend that which you earned, which is crazy from an infrastructure financing of development point of view. Again, also this speaks to this sinister assumption which I talked about earlier, which sees debt crises as solely the result of financial mismanagement. So with cash budgets, this meant that for about 20 years, for example, in the Zambian case, from 1990 up to 2010, and also this is the case in many African countries, for about 20 years and perhaps even longer, many of our countries were not adding to the stock of infrastructure, even as population growth increased. So by the time 2010 arrived, the infrastructure gap was large and palpable. One had to just drive around major African cities. We'll see the endless traffic, the power cuts, the lack of water, and so on and so forth. The African Development Bank actually estimates that our countries need collectively to spend about $100 billion per annum for a considerable period of time to plug the infrastructure gap that I argue pretty much has its origins in the 1990s with structural adjustment. So that's the second historical force, this sort of born out of structural adjustment era and this huge infrastructure gap. The third historical force is the role of US and in general Western country monetary policy and how the effects of this policy reverberate across the world and especially in Africa. I think Professor Olukoshi and Professor Jomo were very eloquent on this particular point. The first debt crisis was triggered by the Volcker shock. Paul Volcker was chairman of the Federal Reserve in the US between 1979 and 1988. When he came into office, he tried to fight inflation. And to do that, he drastically raised US interest rates. And this immediately had sort of a destructive effect on poor countries' balance of payments because then their debt service costs just went up drastically. The current debt buildup is also the result of massive liquidity post the Great Recession. As the US and the West were trying to get out of the Great Recession, they embarked on a lengthy program of monetary easing that is incredibly low interest rates, as much as 0%. Much of this liquidity found its way to the global south as debt. And also the current debt crisis, I think Professor Jomo made this point, has been triggered by the opposite policy of monetary tightening. So again, in the US, they are raising interest rates, and again, this has completely made it costly for us to service our debt. So these are the three historical forces, copper, SAP, and Western monetary policy. So in the case of Zambia, the conjuncture of these three historical processes came together in about 2011, 2012. A new government has just been elected on a platform of resolving the infrastructure backlog that I talked about. Very difficult to stand as a candidate in Africa today and not argue that I'm going to build roads, hospitals, pretty much because the problem is there. So this new government really won on a platform of trying to resolve the infrastructure backlog. On the other hand, the forecast of copper prices for the decade 2010 to 2019 was incredibly rosy, with the Economist newspaper, that great fortune teller, labeling Zambia as one of the continent's rising stars. Again, part of this Africa rising narrative that Professor Olukoshi spoke about. And then developed country interest rates were at record lows. So we issued 3 euro bonds totaling $3 billion in quick succession between 2012 and 2015, increasing our external debt stock by 300% in just 3 years. When the Eurobond money began to flow, Chinese money also followed suit. After all, the Chinese could see the so-called sophisticated Western banks and hedge fund types were lapping up Zambia's debt. So they too lent to Zambia, so that by 2019, just in under 8 years, Zambia's external debt had grown by over 1,000% in just 8 years, right? So you can imagine, I mean, we were growing debt by 1,000% in just 8 years. We're really setting ourselves up for failure. So we were going to default at some point, but a couple of factors really hastened how our sort of progression towards default. The first one is Professor Jomo talked about this, a fatal flaw in the design of debt instruments. For example, we were borrowing Euro bonds over a period of 10 years to invest in infrastructure that is supposed to deliver return that allows us to pay back. I mean, this is wishful thinking, right? Infrastructure projects are always delayed. They're delayed to take off, they take very long, and even when they're built, their payoffs come way later in the future, right? So we borrowed 10 years to build roads, hospitals, and so on. In the West, it takes you 3 decades to pay off a mortgage. But in the case of Zambia, we were hoping that in 10 years we'll build the power stations that will deliver the return to pay back. Spectacular decline in copper prices. In January 2011, the price of copper was $10,000 per metric ton. Was $10,000 per ton, sorry, $10,000 per ton. By 2010, it had declined by 40% to $6,000 per ton. In 2010, we were told copper is always going to rise, but 8 years later, it had collapsed by almost half. Then we had a huge COVID shock, right? So this huge COVID shock, which just didn't evaporate in Zambia, but evaporated everywhere else. And certainly there was some degree of mismanagement. But in my estimation, I think this plays a much smaller role than these historical forces I have outlined. So in the final part of my talk, I want to talk about some of the lessons of the Zambian experience. The current debt crisis is largely a result of long-term historical processes, as I have illustrated, that cannot be simply reduced to financial mismanagement. If we only focus on financial mismanagement, this crisis will keep happening over and over again. Preventing future crises requires that we fix these historical structural processes as I've outlined above. So for example, how do we better insulate countries from commodity price shocks? Do we build up sovereign wealth funds? The late great Malawian economist, Professor Mkandawire, estimated that had Zambia built a sovereign wealth fund between 2001 and 2015, would have had $20 billion of assets under management, right? $20 billion. We have a debt problem of $60 billion. So do we build sovereign wealth funds? Do we diversify our exports towards manufacturers? How do we solve the infrastructure problem with appropriate debt instruments? A need for a new type of global South Africa type development bank. Is the Africa Development Bank in its current form fit for purpose? Maybe the new development bank, aka BRICS Bank, might come to assistance. How do we insulate from Western monetary policy? New bilateral currency arrangement. This is why I'm encouraged by the work of my great friend, Dr. Samban Sila, on monetary sovereignty that him and his colleagues have been pioneering. Maybe that's the way. And then the last part, I promise, some final thoughts on the current inadequate attempts at resolving Zambia's crisis. As I said, Zambia defaulted on its debt in November 2020. In April 2021, the country applied for debt treatment under the G20 SPOM framework, which is a new approach to resolving poor countries' debt, and Zambia is the first test case. This April will make it 3 years since we applied for debt treatment, and the country's debt is yet to be conclusively resolved. And here we're talking about some $16 to $17 billion of debt, which is pocket change if you think about the value of global debt markets. This is the evidence that the global financial architecture doesn't care. In the case of Silicon Valley Bank in the US last year, about some $100 billion or something, this bank threatened to drag down the US economy, and overnight, there was a solution. Overnight, it was solved, and that problem went away. Zambia has been battling to try to resolve $16 billion of debt over the last 3 years. In the interim, given all this uncertainty, the Zambian kwacha has been incredibly unstable and depreciated by as much as 50 or 60% over this period, sending the prices of commodities in Zambia helter-skelter. Simultaneously, the common framework requires that the errant country gets on an IMF program, which we have done, which is our 13th one since 1980. As we all know, getting on an IMF program requires austerity. This presumption of financial mismanagement plays a very big role in the imagination of the people in Washington. So, for example, most subsidies that protect the poor have been done away with. For instance, the price of petrol and diesel has gone up by 100%. Imagine what the impact this is having on the welfare of the poor in Zambia. It is also worth noting that current proposals for resolving Zambia's debt are sort of heads I win, tails you lose type of scenario. Creditors have agreed in principle to give the country a longer grace period to pay off their debt, but this grace period will be drastically shortened should the country's economy improve. This is bizarre, right? So they've given us space to pay off our debt, but should the economy improve, then that grace period will be shortened. I mean, we can't win. There's no way we're going to win here. There's no scenario where Zambia wins here. So this really is the Zambian situation. And I hope the situation is identifiable across the continent. And I hope it kind of makes sense why we're trying to think about resolving the global financial architecture, because it's completely inadequate in the ways that I've illustrated. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Grieve. I'm informed that we have a final presentation online, and I need guidance on whether the speaker is already. Dr. Hanan, Morsy, can you hear us? Dr. Hanan Morsy, can you hear us?
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. My name is Godwin Murunga. I'm chairing this session. I have roughly 15 minutes for your intervention. The UNECA in Addis Ababa. Dr. Morsy is the Deputy Executive Secretary of UNECA and also the Chief Economist. Please, if you can hear me, 15 minutes for you.
Thank you. I was expecting an interactive panel discussion, but let me just, respond to the questions that were put forward in our briefings. So, the number of things for the part I was able to hear because we had earlier technical issues. For what I already saw that some of the colleagues that spoke earlier alluded to some of the issues, but let me just capture my view in terms of what are the drivers or causes to the debt distress that we are seeing now. So I think this is a complex issue that many factors have played. Of course, among them is the issue that we have been seeing a decline of ODA, official development assistance to Africa over the last 15 to 20 years, while the demand for development financing have been actually, huge, growing, and compounded by shocks. So we have estimates just for infrastructure investment needs of about $120 billion a year, and we have estimates also for the funding that is required to meet the SDGs of about $1.3 trillion a year for Africa. Meanwhile, we have limited domestic resource mobilization, low levels in terms of tax to GDP, standing at about average of 16% of GDP, well below other regions. For example, for Latin America, it's about 22%. For Asia, it's 19%. And this, when also compounded with the issues that we face in terms of illicit financial flows leakages that the continent faces, whether it's from profit shifting, from issues of trade mispricing or misinvoicing, tax evasion and tax avoidance, amount to $89 billion a year. To put that in perspective, this is around 2.5 times what the continent receives in ODA a year, and it's a significant amount of resources that are lost from revenues of the continent, and all this have really led to a situation where many African countries, to meet their increasing demands, have over the last 15 years been tapping more into private and commercial debt. and non-Paris Club credit and from non-Paris Club creditors as well. This has really resulted in higher cost of financing. Which is also part of the issues that we are facing now, that the cost of that debt is significantly high, and is basically the debt service is diverting very scarce resources away from social spending, from investing in health and education. So for example, 60% of African countries spend more on their debt service than on health, and all of them spend more on debt service than on climate action. This, of course, has been hugely compounded by the series of global shocks that the continent has faced, from the pandemic to the war in Ukraine, to cost of living crisis and the tightening of global financial markets, which also further exacerbated and increased the cost of debt. Add to this also the impact of climate change and the severity of climate shocks that we have been seeing hit many African countries, with the cost estimated around 5% of GDP a year in terms of impact of climate shock. So this have complicated significantly the landscape, and led to rising debt vulnerabilities among African countries. But also another important issue also is how the debt financing that has happened, what type of use has it been put into? So that really also added to this. So in cases where this has not been used efficiently, that also decreased the ability to capacity to rebate, the ability to have the returns that are required to actually ensure the sustainability of that debt. So that's in terms of where we are, what are the problems, and what drove this. In terms of what are the current obstacles to an orderly debt restructuring, I think, the current landscape that we have for the global debt architecture is rather ineffective, inefficient, and fragmented. And this is due to the issue that I referred to earlier in terms of the rise of complexity of creditors. So in recent decades, creditor profile of African countries become more complex and diverse, including private creditors such as Eurobond investors and non-Paris Club bilateral creditors. Also, the lack of creditor coordination, formal creditor coordination bodies, and lack of enforcement mechanisms. Issues of limited participation of private sector in restructuring, debt transparency issues, and the lack of debt standstill for those that actually engage in restructuring. So all this really complicated the debt restructuring process and led to lack of orderly solutions, and discouraged also countries from taking preemptive efforts to add debt restructuring. So in terms of what is needed to move forward, first and most important, we need to have we need to ensure that we have a functioning and efficient debt resolution mechanism. And for that, we need an overhaul of the G20 common framework to be more timely, time-bound, effective, and transparent. And the reforms would need to also ensure that we we introduce a standstill of debt service upon application, so that countries can have some breathing space while they go through that process, but also an incentive for creditors to finish that in a finish the process in a timely manner. The need to establish a comparability of treatment formula to reduce technical disputes and accelerate restructuring further. The need to also establish expanded creditor committees to incorporate private sector creditors and to smooth these coordination challenges. And the need to ensure that, expand the framework to include middle-income countries, because currently we don't have a similar framework for middle-income countries. And a very important also tool that can be used in a bolder way is the IMF lending into arrears policies that can be used to actually reduce the leverage of holdout creditors. Other important reforms would be on the regulatory side to incorporate the climate resilient clauses in all debt contracts, new and existing ones, and basically have that done in a universal manner. It's good that some countries have already committed to that. The UK, we had also the US indicating that they would move in that direction, but we need to make that universal, and as well as for countries, but also for international organizations and multilateral development banks that need to be integrated into lending tools, so that when countries are hit by climate shocks, they actually don't have to think of difficult trade-offs, whether or not to spend money on recovery or to have to honor their debt. Another important also elements is to ensure that the system, whether the G20 common framework or the ways in which credit ratings handle that, like countries don't get penalized for taking preemptive actions for debt restructuring. So the system should have incentives for that rather than deterrence. And that would be very important to find ways in which this actually can be handled and encouraged, so that we don't end up with only countries going that route after they've hit a wall. And finally, there is a need to also review and update the IMF and World Bank debt sustainability analysis, and the exercise is now undergoing. So it will be very important to make sure that it's more solvency focused going forward. And to achieve all these goals, it's really important to build consensus among African countries and to speak in one voice, because this is the only way we can actually get action and advance on the agenda. At the Economic Commission for Africa, we have been supporting the Africa High-Level Working Group on Global Financial Architecture, which is a ministerial working group with the African Ministers of Finance, which have put forward many of these proposals in terms of the asks for Africa of reforming the global debt architecture. And what we need is to really turn that into these asks into tangible action. So advocacy would be key, so that countries, all stakeholders are engaged, involved, and pushing for the agenda to, progress and for actions to actually be taken to fix the system. And now with the African Union becoming a permanent member of the G20, we have a unique opportunity to leverage that to actually get more, more measures taken working along with Global South to advance it. Over to you. Thanks. I hope you heard me. Good. Sorry, but I cannot hear the floor now.
With Dr. Morsy, please. Because we want her to hear what we are saying, and we'll give her an opportunity to make another intervention. Then I think the reminder about the experience of Latin America is very important addition to the conversations we're having this morning. But also the second point that was made, which resonates throughout all the presentations, are the various forms of mismatch in relation to the debt. And the last two presentations have elaborated on aspects of that. I think the third point has been made perhaps more forcefully by the last presentation by Dr. Morsy on the growing complexity of creditors. A whole number of us, I think, can relate to this in the earlier panel, in the earlier of to see net 30. I think that on the continent, and the and the very direct to the revolution.
Sorry, we cannot hear you. We can't hear you.
I can see someone right there. And I will begin with this row and then come to your direction.
Thank you very much. My name is Julian. One of the reasons why Zambia's debt restructuring has been arduously protracted has been because of the treatment across creditors. It's something I was hoping to hear about. I don't think I have so far. And my question to the panelists is, how do they envision, especially with the pool of creditors that we have so diversified and like the HIPIC era, how do they envision comparability of
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm comment from the investment. Can I go ahead? Yes. No, mine is just a very and race, and it's clear that African countries are carrying a. Are we hearing any talks or talks of debt cancellation? Because that would provide much more relief than restructuring. And in Zambia, are there any talks from the government, perhaps the AU, hinting at the possibility of pushing the debt cancellation line? Because I'm not hearing that. If you could comment on that. Thank you.
My name is Anastasia Sunura. I'm a PhD student of the Legon Center for International Affairs and Diplomacy. Earlier on in the morning, Prof Adebayo said Africa's debt crisis is a political issue. And tying it in with what Professor Jomo said, as a student of critical theory, I began asking myself a lot of questions. That when the World Bank says from billions to trillions, as Professor Jomo said, I was asking myself, who moves from billion to trillion? Is it the West that is moving from billions to trillions in terms of their gains? And is it the Global South that is moving from billions to trillions in terms of their debts, or something else? I was asking myself, am I thinking right? I need you to help me to clarify my thoughts. Would I be right? Its slogan was actually to impoverize Africa the more, so that we move from billions to trillions, and then our suppliers or our creditors also move from billion to trillions. And if I am wrong, then help me to think right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there's a question at the back.
Good morning. My name is Chenai Mukumba. I'm with the Tax Justice Network Africa. A huge thank you to all of the presenters and the panelists for what you shared with us this morning. Of the historical context for the current situation within which we find ourselves. And I think this is because Grieve said a lot of the technical solutions that are often proffered, particularly by institutions such as the IMF, are based off of their understanding of the current debt situation. And so what I wanted to ask was that if you compare this narrative with the work that's been happening over the past 20 years in the tax space, in the early 2000s, there was this high-level panel report that was published that brought to the fore the political dynamics of this issue of illicit financial flows, where it showed that whilst there is indeed a domestic component to why we are where we are, over 2/3 resources is corporations on the continent. And this was because issue of financial flows. And so what I want to, or rather, how can we popularize station that's happening in this room in order to help us derive solutions that are much more targeted to what the primary reason for why we are in our current debt crisis is why that is essentially why where we are. And then I had another question just around, and I think it was Dr. Morsy who flagged this, the participation of the AU within the G20. I think we've been talking about the insufficiency of the common framework and how to some degree it can actually be said to be exacerbating where we are. And so just thoughts around how influential do we think the AU could be in helping us actually address insufficiently providing solutions. Thank you.
Oui, bonjour tout le monde. Je me nomme Boulaye Bagayoko, je viens du Mali. Je suis du comité pour l'abolition des dettes illégitimes, le CADTM Afrique. Alors, je remercie les intervenants. Celui qui a parlé particulièrement sur la crise de la dette zambienne entière vers Zambie et ses créanciers privés obligataires d'un montant de 3, quelques milliards de dollars. Il y aura un nouvel accord sur les créanciers privés de la Zambie non obligataires qui porte sur 1,5 milliard de dollars encore. Alors, l'accord dit que ces créanciers privés seront privilégiés par rapport au gouvernement créancier. Et l'accord augmente encore le stock, le montant de remboursement de la dette zambienne. Donc, la question que je me pose, est-ce que cet accord de restructuration de la dette zambienne, qui est plus important que celui de 2023, va permettre à la Zambie de résoudre son problème de la dette? Alors, ce qui est plus important, le 10 septembre 2015, il y a effectivement été invité à faire une communication en Genève. Et il y a 9 principes qui ont été adoptés par les Nations Unies sur les neuf principes. Le principe, c'était d'aller dans un audit citoyen de la dette de tous les pays. Donc, l'audit va déterminer quelles sont les dettes qui sont illégitimes, quelles sont les dettes qui sont odieuses et quelles sont les dettes qui sont... Le gouvernement doit prendre la partie de la dette qui n'a pas profité au peuple. Et deuxième proposition qu'on avait faite, on a dit qu'il faut mettre fin à la transformation des dettes privées en dettes publiques qui augmentent Donc, c'était si les créanciers n'arrivent pas à donner une réponse satisfaisante aux débiteurs, de donner l'ordre d'avoir un moratoire unilatéral sur leurs dettes. Vous voyez. Et là, notre camarade qui vient de dire que l'Union africaine devient un membre permanent. Notre camarade question que l'Afrique ne négocie pas sa dette collectivement. Alors, vous vous souvenez du discours de Thomas Sankara à Addis Abeba en 1987, où il a dit de créer un front africain contre le remboursement de la dette. Tout ce que Thomas Sankara avait dit à Addis Abeba en 1987, d'ailleurs, moins de 3 mois après, il a été assassiné. Donc, actuellement, qui est qu'on constate, que ce soit la Côte d'Ivoire, que ce soit le Bénin, le Burkina Faso, actuellement, il y a un problème. Le problème, c'est quoi? On a récupéré au Parlement son pouvoir de ratifier les accords de prêt. Donc, ce n'est plus les députés qui ratifient les accords de prêt dans ces pays. Donc, le gouvernement ratifie les accords de prêt par ordonnance. Le cas du Bénin, le gouvernement informe le Parlement 90 jours après la ratification de l'accord de prêt. Font vos tours. Merci.
So what do you want to ask?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Godwin. My question is to Hanan Morsy. The role of the regional institutions in forging a common stance and common each time Paris, Washington, New York, without really linking it to our own, whether it's up to other things. The question is, I was in a meeting, you also made a presentation along the same lines on the margins of the African Union Summit in the breakfast before the heads of state come to the plenary. And Professor Olukoshi was about the cabals and procedures, institutional roles that these organizations are supposed to be handling seem to be the reason why when we keep asking where is the African Union in this? Well, African Union is being undermined almost weekly by the same Kabbalistic behavior that our own institutions and our own Africans have against their own institutions. So I just wanted to know to what extent is whatever we're going to say here or say elsewhere is going to go in a unified way, and how we make sure that those who are speaking on behalf of their countries, because there are ministers, they have platforms, are they going to be consulted properly? Because the issue of lack of proper consultation and speaking on behalf of others without really getting to them is becoming something that is worrisome now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. My name is Moses Asaga, former Deputy Minister of Finance for Ghana. To our good friend from Zambia, you gave the historical economic situations of Zambia, and it almost coincided with the situation of Ghana from 2000 up till today. You mentioned copper as a driver in your economy. If you translate same to Ghana, it is more of our gold for foreign exchange. And also we have the second one, which is cocoa. This is where the drivers of balance of payments come into Ghana. Time I was and became only 200 and maybe $50 per ounce. When probably in the mid-90s, it was about $700 per ounce. So you could see the situation in which I was in terms of balance of payment. As you mentioned, and we had a very good completion point. I was anti, but Mr. Kwame P. and HIPIC. So when we went to completion point and were given the HIPIC relief, they had to celebrate over my head, because by then I was in opposition as the shadow minister for finance. I'm building gradually. Now, when we come to this particular era, where we are doing the debt restructuring and the debt crisis, you can see that Ghana has fallen into the same situation as Zambia. And even when we were trying to grapple with solutions, we're always being referred, go and read the Zambian document. You made a presentation, and in it, you said that because copper price plummeted, you know, whether 17%, there was a time when even it was this contradiction, and to ask you to go and do some further studies, especially on Ghana. Contrary to Ghana, between 2020 till today, our commodity prices have risen very high. Cocoa is about 2,000 and maybe $80 per ton. Gold have gone to 2,000, maybe $180. So we don't really have the same situation like copper. And your conclusion was based on copper. So what happened to Ghana then? Is it a political mismanagement? Because balance of payments really was rather to go up because of these new commodity prices. Thank you. But final, the SDG, if you know the SDG 12, SDG 12 talks about infrastructure countries there, and how are we going to infrastructure in our current debt situation, especially Zambia and Ghana. Thank you very much.
I want to conclude the session there because Dr. Hannah Morsy has to leave. And I think there was at least one question that I read to you, which essentially flagged the danger of the cabal behavior they're relying on to actually help lead the way out of the situation that we find ourselves. And so there's a tension and a dilemma between the commitments that we make or they make on behalf of Africans and the cabal behavior that was described this morning in Professor Adebayo's presentation. Do you want to take a stab at that before you leave?
Sorry, what was described in the morning? Can you hear me?
Can the technical team help us on this?
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you please elaborate if you can hear me on, you were describing of what was described in the morning. So, because I had difficulty hearing earlier. Hello? 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 Can someone from the room please confirm that you can hear me?
Are we able to fix this? Okay.
Can you hear me? It seems like those that are on the Zoom call can hear me. Can the room hear me? Please confirm.
We can
Hello?
We can hear you now.
Okay.
We can hear you now.
Thank you. Can you please clarify on your question, because the voice earlier was not clear. You were describing phenomena that was discussed in the morning. What was that referring to? My question is to the moderator.
I don't know if you can hear me, but the question, there's a tension between that our institutions make on behalf of the continent, and within those institutions, a tendency that subverts the very nature of the commitments that we take on. And in the morning lecture, it was described as a agenda that we are taking on. And so the question is, how do we resolve that tension if we are to make a headway in those commitments we make on behalf of the continent?
Thank you. So I think, the way forward is definitely to ensure, we need to build the consensus and have African positions. And let me illustrate, for example, on issues related to debt and global financial architecture, how this has been done. We have this, I've mentioned the Africa High-Level Working Group, which has the African ministers as well as, the African co-chaired with the African Union and African Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, IMF, World Bank. But we also have the asks and the proposals that have been articulated have gone through parliamentary processes to ensure that they are, endorsed as African positions. So, for example, we had a resolution that was endorsed by African Ministers of Finance, Economic Planning and Development in the Conference of Ministers for United Nations Economic Commission for Africa in 2023. And these proposals also went through the parliamentary process for the African Union through specialized technical committees, both at ministerial, then at expert, and then ministerial, and then were tabled at heads of state. So I think we need to first, have the platforms to build consensus and common positions, and then we need to follow the different processes to have it endorsed, as an African position through these processes, whether through our Conference of Ministers, and as well as through the African Union specialized technical committees, and then even to get then raised higher to heads of state. This is how we can have a well-established following processes type of common positions that then puts us at gives us advantage in terms of when we need to work on these issues, that we already have established position that we can build on and take it forward. And this is how actually this has been also articulated in a resolution that was at the last African Union Summit, that basically laid out the modalities for the G20, that basically, how the functions and, the representation of the African Union at the G20 will happen. And indicated in particular for issues related to the global financial architecture, that it will build on the work that has been done in this ministerial high-level working group. So these are the type of ways by which we ensure that we have established common positions, that they are endorsed, and that they are streamed also in different ways, platforms, including at the African Union, because then that gives them a much stronger position to go and put this forward at the G20. There was also another question on how effective. First of all, I mean, definitely we will be better off having an African Union seat at the G20, because then we have a seat to represent Africa's interest in the discussion, and to be able to be effective and push further will have to do with having these established, defined proposals and consensus and one voice within the continent on certain issues that can help them be more proactive and well prepared. But then also it's about building coalitions with others there. So building coalition with the Global South on issues that we share that are not only important to Africa, but important to the whole Global South. And we need to find these common grounds, build these coalitions to advance progress. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your response. Please feel free to log off when you want to. I'm going to proceed to the next panelists for their response. Originally, I had 5 minutes for each one of you. If you can take less, I'll be very happy.
Thank you very much, Godwin. And allow me to run through these 5 issues which where it seems to be relevant to what I'm saying. When President Nixon pulled out the system in August 1971, of ours talk about a system, international monetary system. You should talk about a non-system. Similarly, today, to talk about an international financial architecture is really an insult to architecture and all architects. No architect in this audience would accept what we have in the world today as architecture. So I think we have to recognize what it is for what it is. The second question is the question which has come up since the last session, which I think is the question of lenders' responsibility. Let's face it, Mr. Bob Marley was quite correct in talking about lenders having a vested interest in pushing debt. And the international system has basically protected lenders' interests, not borrowers' interests all this time. And more importantly, I think it's important to differentiate between rich countries borrowing and poor countries borrowing. And this, I think, is very important for us to recognize. But we must also recognize the fragmentation among those who borrow. Those who borrow do not necessarily have shared interests. Those who are in debt distress are often left out to dry. Nobody wants to be associated with them because they are very concerned about their own reputational risk and try not to be associated with those already in distress to give a more favorable impression of the state of their own economies. So we have a problem of collective action, and that's why the last comment made earlier is quite important, that we need to recognize that the commonality of interest is not necessarily that Africa has united interests on many of these questions. The middle-income countries may not necessarily have the interests of the poor countries. And even between big poor countries and relatively small poor countries, there are some important differences. And that's why in the presentation, I emphasize low-income countries. countries and IDA eligible countries to differentiate them from some of the other countries. I'm not trying to introduce division, and I think it's very important to recognize Africa united on some very important issues, not only for the South Africa, but for the world. I'll come back to that in a moment. The question was raised about billions to trillions, whether it is a deliberate, I'm not suggesting a conspiracy theory that this was deliberately mooted to impoverish Africa. But basically, who was the person in charge of promoting this slogan. It was the president of the World Bank. And the president of the World Bank, after being elected to a second term, nominated for a second term, chose to resign and became the head of a private company. That company is now going to be going to be floated. And the result of that is that he is going to be worth over $1 billion. Okay, this is okay. So regardless of his track record before that, he will privately benefit from this position. I think we have a lot of interest, but nobody pays. People are benefiting from. Quickly move on to the question raised by TGN about tax and the whole question of illicit versus illicit flows. I think it's important for us to emphasize that there are a great number of the whole question of what is licit and what is illicit and what is illegal. It's a very complex question. Very often there are a great number of things which many of us would consider to be illicit, but the rich countries and those who are defending the creditors' interest would insist practices are. This is the question of what legitimate debt and illegitimate debt as well. So what we find and then the question of taxation is a very vexed question. We find, for example, that when Tanzania became the third largest gold producer in the world after South Africa and Ghana, what happened? Tanzania was advised to not to promote the corruption, because corruption in the view of the World Bank is basically an African monopoly. And so basically don't tax the banks. And the result is that until today, Tanzania actually subsidizes gold mining activities of foreign companies, okay, because it doesn't tax them. It basically and they provide the kind of infrastructure which is gold kind of practices. Who penalizes and it's also important work. The Mbeki was published a decade ago. Very few finance ministers actually read it. Very few ministers and James Boyce published a book out from Africa, and there are other studies as well which have been doing pretty much the same thing. If you look at the study of and Boyce, it's very great. The outflows from Africa have little to do. A lot of it is got to do with investments, and it's very important for us not to focus exclusively on debt in looking at the outflows which have been taking place. Make very quickly is how can the AU help? Well, I think Suad sort of raised the question. Nkrumah said Africa must unite. Well, in an initiative recently at the United Nations, the African group at the United Nations brought the resolution for improvement of international cooperation on taxation, as well as a number of related issues. That didn't even get the support of all African governments. That's number one to consider. But because of the work of Africa, other developing countries are united behind it, and that resolution went through. But it's important to recognize that very often the foreign ministers are doing one thing and quite at variance with what finance ministers are doing. Finance ministers are seeking approval. They're not seeking approval in the populations. They are seeking approval in Washington and more recently in Davos. How many heads of governments attended Davos last month? Okay, the answer was 71. 71 heads of governments went to Davos. How many people went to the last general debate of the UN General Assembly? Less than 30. Less than 30. So we can see that multilateralism is in trouble, and it is mainly a few countries which are trying to save multilateralism. Multilateralism is being undermined not only on questions of finance, but a whole range of other issues. So we have to recognize this. Look at what has happened with the so-called inclusive framework taxation. The inclusive framework for taxation has been large ministers in the world, even though it is contrary to the interests of one thing, but finance ministers, they want to be acceptable in the corridors of power. They heard in the first session also. Let me stop here, but I think it's important for us to get our act together, to recognize that the enemy is not without alone. Sometimes the enemy may be within, and for us to be able to address these issues, including the issue of debt, it will be necessary to address some of these more difficult issues. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks so much, Professor Jomo. I think he's covered much of what I was going to say, so I'll be very quick and to the point. There was a question about comparability of treatment, which came from a gentleman from the Nation Media, I suspect. And basically, comparability of treatment is this principle that's all the same, which is crazy if you think about it. I mean, one of the things that up in this conference so far is that there's a diversity, multiplicity, obviously with enough and pure by just getting their money back, so on and so forth, right? That is a flawed process at the outset. And this explains why it's taken so long for Zambia, 3 years. And I'm not even sure whether we've concluded the matter, right? So this is comparability of treatment. It was a crazy idea to start with, to try to use one size fits all approach to resolving the debt problem. So the new deal, there was a question about the new deal that Zambia has signed. I think on Monday it was 2 times we've had a big announcement to much fanfare, only to see that actually we were, were throwing the party balloons before the deal was actually inked. This time around, there appears to be a deal between the Zambian government and the private creditors. The last time we had a deal in November, but the deal was much more favorable to private creditors at the expense of official creditors. So official creditors felt upset and the deal collapsed. Again, comparability of treatment. This time around, there's a new deal. My preliminary calculations on the new deal suggest that, again, the private creditors seem like they're doing better. So they're going to take a haircut of about 40 cents on the dollar, so 40%. And official creditors, which is mostly China in the Zambian case, has to take a much bigger haircut. So I don't know. The press release says the official creditors like it. So I don't know. I mean, the jury is still out because this deal has to be inked. But one feature of the deal, and I made the point in my presentation, is that it punishes us for doing well. So suppose this deal goes forward, everybody inks it, everybody agrees to it. It gives us a much longer grace period, which is great, a much longer grace period to pay off the debt. But the deal says, should Zambia's economy improve, then the grace period will be shortened and Zambia will have to pay a lot more, right? So it's almost, we're really going, the way I see it, there's no way out. We've got our back against the wall. I don't see how we can get out of this situation intact, right? If we do well, we'll be punished, if we do badly, we'll be punished either way. So that's my preliminary assessment of the deal. The question about debt cancellation from the gentleman who spoke in French is always an interesting one. And I like that he invoked Thomas Sankara's speech in '87. I think I totally agree with him. The one complexity, like people have said now, is we have private creditors who have entered the WhatsApp group, right? So private creditors want to be paid, whatever happens. They've got to be paid. But perhaps the onus should be on us. I mean, everybody hears about a Paris club, a London club, a New York club. Where is the Accra club? Where is the Lusaka club? You know, where is the Dakar club of borrowers? We've also got to form a club. And together we must say, we won't pay unless this, right? Sankara made the challenge. He said, if I do it alone, I will not be here. But if we all do it together, we can succeed. So I'm with you on that one. I don't know if we can get debt cancellation, but maybe we can force a situation where aspects of the debt are repudiated. And then the last point I want to make was the question about Ghana from the Honorable Deputy Minister. I think I pretty much appreciate your comments, and I hope to talk with you during this conference to learn more about the Ghanaian situation. But I suspect that between the time Ghana launched its first Eurobond in 2007, actually to much fanfare, I remember reading the press coverage, right? Some of the people today who are attacking Africa for their debt crisis praised Ghana in 2007. One of them is still a very prominent chief economist at a very prominent bank about Ghana in 2007, and today I'm sure she's writing this op-ed criticizing Ghana. So I think the base point, I think the story of gold, the crash. It's interesting you say that the price of cocoa and gold is recovering again, but I don't know how much it is recovered from its trough. And also, I think these things take time to play out. But I suspect I have much to do to explain with Ghana's problem. The question of infrastructure, how do we fund infrastructure? It's an important one. Like I said in my presentation, Africa Development Bank estimates $100 billion we need to spend per year for maybe 20 or so many years to plug the infrastructure problem. That should be the question that occupies us. How do we fund this in a way that is sustainable, in a way that is just, in a way that is humane? I don't know if we can do away with debt completely, because the nature of infrastructure projects is you're investing now for returns in the future, right? And often your economies do not have, it's kind of like building a house. You go and take a mortgage, because you expect that if you get the mortgage, invest today, you have some returns in the future. So, I mean, the point is, I don't think we can run away from debt per se. The question is, we have to think about what are the new institutional arrangements we require? What are the new types of development banks that we require? Do we need an African development bank in the pure sense of the word, an African development bank that really finances Africa's development on a just, humane, concessional basis over a very long time horizon? I think those are the questions that need to sort of occupy us. And I think, in a sense, this development finance can be sourced on the continent. I'm always inspired by the story of Ethiopia. When they were building the Grand Renaissance Dam, they issued bonds, which Ethiopian nationals subscribed to, right? And that paid partly for that Grand Renaissance dams. So we need to be that imaginative as well as we think about development finance on the continent. Yeah, thank you so much. Those are my reflections.
Thank you very much. I think they deserve a better round of applause. Thank you very much. I think the panel has built very well on the initial keynote in the morning. And I'm hoping that you will be as enthusiastic for the Professor Jose Antonio Ocampo. So the organizers are requesting that if possible, we take roughly 45 minutes for lunch and then come back for that lecture. And I am informed that the chair will be here promptly to begin the lecture. So you don't want to miss the next step to this presentation. We are going to have lunch at the Africa Village. I think that we should just take a break right now and come back in 45 minutes. Bon appetit.
Good economist is a good historian. I think it's impossible. This was to repeat the mistakes of the past.
See my email. One for you. I sent you an email. Oh, how is it? So, yeah. Would you please share next session? Yeah. Yeah. And I sent some this is fire. That's it. And I got the solid. Yeah, and it's steps. Then I just check. Oh, they're doing the 2 minutes at the same time. Yeah. That's fine. Oh, just send my perfect stuff. And then you're going to check it. So, I don't. So
and something. And then I like all advice. So people that are so race. Yeah. Stop that. That's emphasis. That's all. But they are not suffering. Yeah, some agreements, some of these topics, different things. The problem with this is it's like it's not of course. Yeah. Yeah, go get you off sometimes. Right.
Try 1, 2. Try 2.
Yeah, no, yeah. Okay. Okay, okay. Yeah, that was, like, yeah, we study for that. Then it's not like a land and all that, right? But we then, we have no, right, yeah. Right. That's, and, but I was towards that different. But the problem, I think,
two.
Then you, you,
Two. There's two. Try two. There's two. There's two. Try two. There's two. Try two. There's mic on two. There's two. Two. There's mic on two.
yes, superstars that are mentioned in you, so up that. Wow, yes. So, that's exactly like the whole idea. I said, can you, and I think was one was against it. I remember this, the components were, this, so we also, not much work, and then, and even, the government stuff. Hey, man. That's easy. Yes, Yeah.
Well, there was a clean budget. Didn't buy any land. Okay. So then, yeah. What I think is. Wow. That's all I got. Oh, wait. So the reason why is our species. Saying our new family from some sort of that's the power. So we try to start something. Yeah. Well, we can do it. And then look at now, I think there's the specific right. So it was like, it's very different. But when you said it was just. I'm mistaken, the other two are how it goes out. The workers are with the movement. These are within themselves. That one makes that really fun. You know, I think by what you say, which form of what that was supposed to up there. I think the short has been like I saw my former person of the chief of things. That was right. Not the peak, yeah. Sure. That was that was the best. So birthday that's what I talk about. Especially to me that it's hard to when you can think about it, it's a little personality. If I'm doing something, so that's sure. But I just wasn't just that way. It's a good moment. Instead of mentioning, last month, that is what so change some of that. So it's an adjustment. So this situations that demand, because it's not like child wants to be able to get programs and stress. I know also sort of being 24. But the how much they put to me for so much is I think generated. Yeah, we'll try to move to one of us and go. Finances. Well, that was that's one. So, because that would in terms of this is about living relations, which the collaborate on I throw something else that person deep lessons. I feel both others. Which yeah, some yeah, that kind of very good. Be how interested in giving it. So, there's two reasons why. Which would include what next? What they did in show stuff and then so far that that's just something. Translation. We cannot do one thing. So it means the road would be taken. That's not only just one thing. That's what there's with fucking behaviors. Thanks to the unfair people. So, we're going to come on. The mother was on the other, so you can see that. That's yeah. Okay, that would be frustration all. This was that's the songs. Okay. If you was as an actual all this what else is the revenue was something that See, this is where I got to, and I realized that it was, yes. So I was in our function, this thing that all it about yes. So we took it out of the first, no, we put this, we think it's so trials and down there is wrong. Like, so I knew that people in if you look at it, templates, you know, first look at the also. All right. And when you move this, and it's this exchange of that, so the down one. But you score that here, score reference. So all this references, right? So when you're talking about the subject. Yeah. One good. It's the reference. So that here, but it's like the standard references, yeah. Okay. Just 6. But I don't get a story. Was that I guess oh, I'm sure that's then right. That's a point. It's the gospel. Yes, sound real. No more now. We put come on. Scratch back. Bộ phận này sẽ để nó làm bài đối ở phần this. I don't know much about this.
That's fine.
Try, 1, 2. Try 2.
Hello? Hello? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. I am sorry to interrupt, but we are supposed to start. Hello? Can anybody hear me? Hello? Hi. Okay. Should I just start? I start talking. Okay. Good afternoon. We are going to go to our next session where Jose Antonio Ocampo is going to give a keynote. Jose Antonio is a professor at the School of International and Public Affairs, co-president of the Initiative for Policy Dialogue, and a member of the Committee on Global Thought at Columbia University. He is also chair of the Committee for Development Policy of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, and chair of the Independent Commission for the Reform of International Corporate Taxation. He teaches regularly at the Universidad de los Andes, that's in Colombia, and in other Colombian universities. He has occupied numerous positions at the UN and his native Colombia. We are fellow Latin Americans. And he has been executive director for ECLAC, and Minister of Finance, Minister of Agriculture in Colombia, and thank you, and Director of the National Planning Office of Colombia. Hello. Yeah. All right. Thank you. He has also been a member of the board of directors at the Banco de la República, that's Colombia's central bank, and he has received numerous academic distinctions, and he has published extensively on macroeconomic theory and policy, international financial issues, economic and social development, international trade, and Colombian and Latin American economic history. I do welcome you, Professor Ocampo, and it's an honor to chair this session and to hear you. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that very nice invitation, and of course, thanks to the organizers for inviting me to speak. I finally decided to talk about the global perspectives on these issues of debt. And I must say, it was very interesting this morning to hear the links with Latin America in the history of debt. And since I write economic history, I had decided to start speaking about a bit of the historical issues associated to debt, to basically to defaults and renegotiations of debt. It must be recalled that Latin America okay. Is that fine? Okay. Latin America was, of course, the first region of the developing world to be more or less fully independent. And therefore, the history of debt issues goes back to just after independence. So we have, you see the history, we have reschedulings in the 1830s. For example, the debts of independence of Colombia were complicated in the renegotiation at that time. But also during the crisis of the 1870s, some countries went into trouble. In the 1890s, Argentina went into trouble. These were defaults and renegotiations with the
practice of that time. But of course, the most regional process was the default during the 1930s. The default during the 1930s actually started with Bolivia in January 1931, but it was followed by all the other Latin American countries with two exceptions. Argentina, because the British said that since most of the debt was with England, creditors, said if you want to sell meat to the UK, you cannot stop paying the debt. So Argentina was the exception. The other exception was Venezuela, but Venezuela had fully paid the debt with the rise of the oil industry of that country. So the rest of Latin America went into default, in say by 1934, all of Latin America was actually in default. In 1935, according to the UN statistics that were built just after the war, 98% of Latin American debt, excluding Argentina, was in default. Now, the United States, in a sense, to guarantee that Latin American countries were with the Allies during the Second World War, launched several initiatives for Latin America. And one of them was a debt renegotiation process, which is by one of the most generous debt renegotiation processes in history. They launched that in 1940. And that was in place until I think the mid-1950s. And all of Latin American countries use it to renegotiate the debts. And let's say the most generous by far was the big neighbor of the United States, that is Mexico, which had lots of problems because with the Mexican Revolution, they have nationalized the railroads and the oil firms, which were U.S. firms. And therefore, the debt that they had was included the equity of those firms. So Mexico got a 90% reduction in the debt, 90. It's one of the most generous in history. Anyway, other countries, Latin America, Colombia, for example, renegotiated in 1940 and got a 50% reduction in the debts. And all the other countries got something in that order of magnitude, 50 to 60%. So it was very general renegotiations of debts. That was basically bond financing that had taken place, notably in the 1920s in New York, which was a subject of that renegotiation. Anyway, now the next process was actually the Paris Club. Actually, the first negotiation was with Argentina in 1956 because of the very complicated Argentinian debt at the time. Argentina has been at the center of many of these processes in one way or another. It's a champion in Latin America in that regard. Anyway, so the Paris Club actually was born out of Argentinian renegotiations, but then of course it has been used by many countries afterwards. But the next stage, which I see has an African dimension too, was the 1980s. The Latin America got heavily indebted since the late 1960s, but particularly after the oil boom of 1973, in this case with banks, very different from the bond financing, let's say, of the 1920s. And then, of course, the Volcker shock of 1979, when Volcker raised the Fed rate to the highest rate in history, just destabilized totally the Latin American capacity to service that debt. Starting with Mexico in 1982, the process generalized, actually, which did not get into the default
I guess for one of you come back to this, and Colombia decided to save a large part of that boom on the one hand and to stop foreign lending to Colombia, both public and private. So the debt ratio of Colombia was much lower, much lower than other Latin American countries, and that for that reason, Colombia did not go into default. Anyway, in this case, the renegotiations were rather tough, very different from the 1940 story. And actually, you can say, and I have written this, that aside from the very strong macroeconomic adjustments led by the IMF and the structural adjustment led by the World Bank, there was actually what I have called negotiations with the creditors cartel backed by the US government and the IMF. That's, I think, a good description of how Latin America negotiated. And the basic reason for that was the rules of the time was to avoid a domestic banking crisis in the United States. Because if they had to decide to, they have to put that in as a loss in the accounts of the banks, all the major US banks will have gone into bankruptcy. And for that reason, the US really organized what I call a creditors cartel to negotiate with individual countries. The only attempt to do something of a regional character was actually promoted by Colombia because it was not in default. So the Colombian president invited the Latin American countries to see how could they jointly manage the debt. So the two place what they call the Cartagena Consensus of 1984, but that of common action, and I actually asked the Minister of Finance of Brazil at the time, why not? And he answered to me very clearly, because of Mexico. Mexico did not want to go into any sort of joint action because they were leader in the renegotiation process. For that reason, there was really no joint action. The real joint action came as initiative of the US and other developed countries with the Brady Plan of 1989. Now, the Brady Plan, the best way of describing it is that it came too late, 7 years late. And therefore, or even you can say 9 years late, because the Latin American economies had already gone into slowdown in 1981. And therefore, it was, I think the best characteristic, it was very late. And this is a very important issue for the current situation because we are more or less in the same situation in terms of debt. Also, the debt reductions were very moderate, 8 to 15%, depending on the country. But there were two positive issues. The first one was the bonds that were given as kind of payment for the debt with that reduction had a guaranteed final payment, guaranteed by the developed country, let's say, that the final payment will take place. And that helped to create, and this is the second version, a bond market for Latin American bonds, which became the major source of financing in the 1990s. Okay. Now, you can say that the following step was the Mexican crisis of 1994, called tequila crisis, although the Mexicans don't like and as a result of that, the OECD group of 10, which is in a sense the predecessor of the group of 20, in a sense, decided to organize a team to make recommendations about how to manage the bond debts. And they proposed this collective action process as a mechanism that will be used for US contracts resembling in a sense a mechanism that it was already used in London. Now, the early use of that mechanism actually only came in 2003 by Mexico, which led the process. I can say the basic reason was the failure, and I come back to this, to the attempt to do negotiate a debt restructuring mechanism in the IMF between 2001 and 2003, which was a very funny process because it was launched by the US and it was defeated by the US. So two different secretaries of the Treasury, one launched the process and the other decided to finish it. But it had actually support of Brazil and Mexico, actually, because they were wondering that could have led to higher costs of the debt. But then, as a result of that, Mexico launched the first bond in the US with the collective action clauses. So that's the best mechanism. Now, much more interesting, actually, was the two initiatives for low-income countries. The first one, which was really an initiative of civil society, of international civil society, which was the Heavily Indebted Poor Countries Initiative, the HIPIC initiative of 1996, which was followed by the Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative of 2005. And those two initiatives, particularly the latter, was very generous. It led, among other reasons, because it included multilateral debts and canceled the debts of eligible countries with the IMF, the World Bank Group, the African Development Bank. And a similar mechanism was launched by the Inter-American Development Bank in 2007, which benefited 5 low-income countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, including Haiti in the Caribbean. Now, let's say you can say that going forward, the next step was actually the Eurozone crisis and the big problems that the European Union had with the Greek debt in particular, which led to the initiative to launch the aggregation clauses for collective action, collective action clauses with aggregation elements in 2013, and that was followed by Mexico again as the first country to do a bond issue of that character in the US. Now, and the final part of this story is actually the Argentinian defeat in 2013-2014 in a US court litigation in New York that was basically associated to the so-called pari passu clause, and that basically let's say the holdouts, or you can say the vulture funds that have bought the debt. Argentina had not participated in the tender renegotiations that had taken place in Argentina, decided to request a full payment of those liabilities by Argentina, and the result was that the U.S. courts gave the reason to those holdouts, and Argentina had to pay the full amount of that debt, which was extremely inequitable because those who have renegotiated were paid less than the 100%, but the holdouts were paid 100%. It was a very mechanism. So there was a big initiative later on to change the pari passu clause, which is what has happened. And again, the leader of launching a bond with those changed pari passu clause, which is now done by everyone, was Mexico in 1914. Anyway, this is a kind of interesting story. I see that in the case of Africa, for example, the big problem was the 1980s, also 1990s, but it was a bond with official creditors, and therefore this decision was part of it. Now, you can see the take off my just as a curiosity, this was the lost decade of Latin America, the 1980s. Just to show one little thing, that when the Brady Plan was launched in 1981, the debt ratios of Latin America were already falling quite sharply, which means really that the benefits were very limited because it was too late. It was basically the adjustment programs that Latin America had done that generated the result. Now, going to the second part, which is the current situation. As we know, there have been many problems that generate, leading to the current situation. I would say, even looking at the case of Africa, but certainly of Latin America too, another commodity exporter, the collapse of commodity prices that started in 2014 generated a balance of payment problems and increased indebtedness by many countries, which actually, because of the policies that had been launched by the developed countries, including the Fed, after the 2008-2009 crisis, that with other people I call the North Atlantic financial crisis, or somehow when the crisis takes place in developing countries, they have names. The Latin American debt crisis, the Asian crisis, but that was called the global financial crisis. No, it was a North Atlantic financial crisis, US, Western Europe. And actually most of the developing world was not strongly affected by that crisis. So it's call it the international crisis is incorrect. Anyway, after that, of course, the US and the European Central Bank had launched a very low interest rates, as we know. So the bond market for developing countries, for emerging economies, but also increasingly for lower income countries like the African countries, became very attractive, and therefore the lending to these parts of the world became so. So that's the first part of that story. But then came COVID-19, in which every country in the world, every government of the world got into increasing debt because of the increasing expenses to manage the pandemic, but also the reduced taxes due to the strong recession that were taking place. And after that, you have the problem that was generated by the invasion of Ukraine in terms of prices of commodities and in particularly oil, gas, and some agricultural goods, but also the decision to the inflationary effects of that, and the decision of all central banks to increase interest rates. And as a result of that, let's say the high levels of debt, which had been accumulated by 2020, became increasingly expensive, and therefore you have that's a third element. So we have, let's say for developing countries, particularly for commodity exporting countries, since 2014 we have had a sequence of bad events. Well, as you can see here, in this graph, which comes from the IMF World Bank data, the low-income countries, which are in red, had the proportion of countries with high levels of debt had collapsed with the multilateral debt relief initiative. It went from at the peak of 46% of countries to 5% of countries by 2010. So it was a very effective instrument that took place. In the case of the middle-income countries, the peak had not been as high, but there was also a reduction. But you can see here that it started in the mid-1910s. Actually, you can say 2014, which is the year of the collapse of commodity prices. The debt ratios started to increase again, and then peak as a result of COVID. At levels which, in the case of middle-income countries, were one of the highest in history, 41%. In the case of the low-income countries, it was also 26%. And you can say that this does not include the countries that don't classify as high debtors according to those standards, but they have to pay a significant amounts of interest payments, let's say, because of the high interest rates that had taken place in recent years. Okay. So And you can say, of course, that after COVID, many countries, because of the mix of the weakness of the economic recovery worldwide, but also the high interest rate, had to service. And in Jomo's presentation, there was a nice graph of that. The increasing interest payments on the debt has become a severe problem, and therefore the capacities of the countries to manage their own, adjustment problems have been very severe. And this is true as a head of Africa, but certainly true of many or most Latin American countries. Okay. Now, when we see the numbers, you can see here the change in debt between 2012 and 2022. And Sub-Saharan Africa, actually the region with the highest growth of debt levels. You can say similar to Middle East, North Africa, and East Asia and the Pacific, but those regions don't have severe problems in terms of payments as Sub-Saharan Africa does. You can say Latin America has not been as severe. It's very only 54%. And again, you can have exceptions, and the two exceptions that we have had in Latin America are Argentina and Ecuador, which had a significant amounts of debt. Now, when you see by countries, the same story, let's say since the 2010s, but particularly since 2013 to 14, there's increasing amount of debt. But now, when you look at the origins of the debt, the bottom is Sub-Saharan Africa. You can say very small. So the debt levels, compared to the world debt levels, Sub-Saharan Africa should be treated very generously because the amounts of liabilities are rather low in total dollars, let's say, by international standards. Now, of course, as Jomo also presented, but this is for Sub-Saharan Africa, this has been a significant change in the debt liabilities, in which you see in the yellows the bondholders and commercial, which are a bit more than 40% now, to compare to essentially very little, let's say, back in the 1990s, as we saw. But you say multilateral and is more or less the same. But you can see here, and this is very important, the role of China, which China is 11%. And some countries is a significantly higher proportion. And this is an important problem, let's say, going forward. As we saw, I guess to finish that part, we saw the fact that during the COVID, we see the G20 launch the debt service suspension initiative, and in December 2020, the common framework for debt treatment for low-income countries. Now, the basic problem with that is that process has been very ineffective, extremely ineffective. Basically, African countries that have tried to use it, they have taken a long time, and very few have been able to reach an agreement. I'm talking about Chad, Ethiopia, Ghana, and Zambia, which are the 4 countries that have entered into that process. Other countries, by the way, in other parts of the world, have used other mechanisms for debt restructuring. That's true of Argentina and Ecuador in Latin America, using the CACs, the Collective Action Clause mechanism, but also, let's say, the Sri Lanka, where the problem with China was extremely severe, actually one of the worst problems they have to deal with, okay? Anyway, now, going forward, what are the alternatives? And I will start by saying that one of the common things that you read in the literature last year and early this year is, including from the United Nations and other multilateral institutions, is to use an improved version of the common framework, which will have to benefit also middle-income countries. Now, let me say in that regard that one of the most shocking things I saw in the New Delhi declaration of the G20 is that there is no single paragraph on debt that is new in anything, which was extremely shocking, let's say. They also, of course, mentioned the common framework, but the common framework already existed. There was nothing new about the common framework. There was no initiative whatsoever. We'll see whether the G20 this year with Brazil, the headquarters, does get into that issue more heavily. And of course, the fact that the African Union is now a member of the G20 may also help to change the discussion. Let me say that in any case, whatever is done, I think we'll have to include, let's say, a debt reduction, not only extending the maturities, which is the other typical alternative in this renegotiation, and lower interest rates, particularly for the most recent debts, which have more higher interest rates. Anyway, we'll have to see where that goes forward. Now, the other proposal that has been on the table, it was done actually by the IMF, but also by others, which is to improve the contractual approach based on the collective action clauses. Now, what exactly, there has been no real discussion about how to improve the mechanism, okay? Anyway, so in my view, of course, the most important is to establish a permanent institutional mechanism for sovereign debt restructuring. That has been what I have been writing about also for many years. This actually should preferably be in the United Nations, but I really don't mind if it's created in the IMF so long as the decisions of the dispute settlement body remain totally independent of the fund's executive board and board of governors, which was actually the agreement that was proposed by the IMF itself at the end of the 2009, 2001, 2003 negotiations. So if that does not take place, simply the mechanism will not work in the IMF. Now, in my view, the process that would have to take place in that body will have to be like the stages of the dispute settlement mechanism of WTO, which is not working now, but in the meeting of ministers, they decided it would work again this year, which I like very much. I actually think is the best dispute settlement mechanism in the multilateral system, which has actually 3 stages, voluntary negotiations, mediation, and arbitration, and which I think is with very fixed periods, which if the first fails, has gone to the second, and the second fails, it will have to go into the arbitration process. Now, that I think, of course, but that will take, if negotiations start again in that area, which so far, I don't see it's in the agenda. I hope the G20 does that, but in Brazil, but we'll have to see that. But because of that, let's say we need an ad hoc mechanism, similar to the ones that we have had in the recent past, that is the Brady Plan, the multilateral debt relief initiative. Something very specific to manage the process. So if we use the common framework, which is one of the initiatives that has had a lot of support by some multilateral institutions, I think it will have to include the following elements. Include a clear and shorter time frame for negotiations, suspend debt payment during negotiations, establish clear process and precise rules to guarantee the participation of private creditors, which has been a problem with the common framework, that they do not participate, and expand eligibility to middle-income countries. I think those will have to be if we use the common framework. There could be other alternatives. Actually, I wrote a paper at the end of last year proposing a different mechanism that would have the multilateral development banks at the center of the negotiations, So they, in a sense, all the debtors would come to the whatever bank you think about. They could choose between the World Bank or the regional development banks, let's say, and negotiate, let's say, with the support of the bank. With the one element, which is what I think will be the addition to that, which would be the lending provided by that bank in order to facilitate the negotiation process, which is what I found alternative in that proposal that, again, I made. Now, a series of complications that, to finish my presentation, and a complex process, which is particularly important, I think, for sub-Saharan Africa, is for low-income countries in general, is whether the debts with multilateral development banks and the IMF are included in the renegotiation process, which I think they should for those countries. So it's more like the multilateral debt relief than the other typical processes of the past. So we have to see whether that, again, in the current discussion, there is really no proposal that has come from multilateral organizations in that regard. The other problem is the complexity of the debts of countries, which include very complicated stories of debts by, for example, by public sector companies, which are sometimes not quite strictly debts, but other commitments that imply a possible debt. Actually, the guarantees to private investors that the governments may have provided, and very importantly, the mix of bonds and bank lending, and China. And the participation of China in the renegotiation processes, very critical for sub-Saharan Africa, which again has to be part of the agenda. But aside from that, I also support the idea of a global debt registry in one of the international institutions, could be the IMF, where all the types of liabilities are included, including guaranteed financing by governments to private investors of different character. So it's a place where you now when you talk about restructuring, you talk about bonds or bank liabilities, but my God, there are many more liabilities today that have to be included. So they have to be included in that, so that when you start the renegotiation, you know what you are going to renegotiate, which is the aggregation of all those liabilities. Okay. Now, beyond that, I think there are other proposals which are very important. The World Bank has, for example, suggested including state contingency bonds, which will be offering variable returns linked to the economic conditions and to commodity prices. It's a major problem I see in Sub-Saharan Africa, as it is for South America in particular, which are very important to alleviate pressures. Now, let me add to that the development of domestic bond markets to avoid the dollar or other international currency liabilities that countries have, which become very severe when they depreciate currencies during crisis. So development of domestic bond markets, that's not an easy story for many countries. Let's say one of my prizes as finance minister was that I launched the Colombian domestic bond market in 1996, and it had been a very successful market. Other countries do have in Latin America, but the most dynamic is by far the Brazilian debt, which works very, very well. And actually, that's why Brazil essentially doesn't have to borrow abroad. The Brazilian government doesn't have to borrow abroad because enough domestic financing. In the case of Colombia, the target is 70% domestic bond market and 30% international market. I think countries that, and that has to be a process, maybe it can be an African collective process to developing domestic bond markets anyway, or regional bond market, let's say. An additional element which I find crucial is counter-cyclical financing by development banks, which is a topic which I have written extensively. When you see the recent crisis, the World Bank was again the main provider of counter-cyclical financing, not the regional development banks. And I actually saw the African Development Bank was the worst in that during the recent crisis in terms of new lending. So, but the multilateral, counter-cyclical financing is very important, and it's very, you can say no, it's very important. It's crucial for those countries that depend to a larger proportion on private financing, because of the pro-cyclical character of private financing. The fact that it's abundant during booms, scarce during crisis, and that we have seen that again in recent years. And actually, it's actually cheaper during booms and very expensive during crisis. So less abundant and cost. So this counter-cyclical financing by multilateral development banks is financing. And of course, the role of multilateral development banks and official financing in general is also how to manage the long-term needs of financing, which have become very severe in the whole world due to the fight against climate change. And this is a topic that has to be in the agenda of global financing. The limited amount of funds related to the needs to fight in a fight against climate change is very important. And let me perhaps say in that regard, it's not only climate change, it's also the protection of biodiversity that should be in that agenda. This is a topic that for Colombia is very kind. Actually, Colombia is going to host this year the global meeting on biodiversity, the conference on biodiversity. But in that regard, I think one of the very important instruments which have been promoted heavily is debt for nature swaps, so that as a mechanism of financing in of those plans. That's it. With that, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ocampo. Do we have time for a couple of questions? Do we? Yeah? Yes. Please say your name and country, institution.
My name is Getachew Taklemare. I am from the Coalition for Dialogue on Africa. As somebody who comes from a country that's finding itself in a rock and a hard place like Ghana and Zambia, I'm from Ethiopia, and Ethiopia's negotiations, it has been 2.5 years now trying to attempt to get through the common framework for debt treatment. Essentially, the challenges that have been said about Zambia and Ghana are almost similar to what Ethiopia is passing through. Professor has been mentioning in terms of lack of common action in regards to these negotiations. But even in the current crisis, there is literally no exchange of information, collaboration between these countries that are actually passing through these processes, and established processes that were actually meant to facilitate these things are not really working. So these countries are negotiating individually, and because of that, they are actually negotiating from a weak point of negotiation. So you already have highlighted a historical experience in terms of the Latin America case of the difficulty for finding that common ground for negotiation. My question is, what do you think is now currently hindering the same thing from not happening in the African scenario, and how to change that? And my second question is, you have highlighted partly the relationship between the debt crisis and the commodity crisis. That I believe the challenge goes beyond the commodity cycle into the real economy. If you see the challenges that our economies are facing, really, most of the capital that has been flowing into through this instruments and complicated financial structuring has not been really helping the productivity of our economies, have not really been bringing structural change in our economy. So we remain to be recipients of prices in the global commodity market. So I would like to get your insight in terms of how you relate this debt crisis into structural economic transformation. And last point is, from the current perspective, at least from the challenges that I'm seeing in Ethiopia, the offerings that are being proposed by the multilateral financial institutions is you have to withdraw subsidy, you have to privatize, you have to devalue your currency. All these things are actually coming against the interest of the poor, and obviously they are going to hinder future growth. So how do you think should these negotiations happen without hampering future growth? Because without that, we are going to be really facing the reality that a large part of our population is young population. They don't have jobs. We really need to grow and create jobs for those people. And we are finding ourselves in that particular challenge. And how do you see that happening? Thank you.
Thank you. I will take just two more questions, one here, one over there. Please, I really appreciate it if you could be very brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, Professor.
The mic.
It's here. Can you?
Yes,
sorry.
thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to ask a very quick question about, a new debt restructuring mechanism would need to include private creditors. And if you could just elaborate on how do you force private creditors to the table, given that they've been quite unwilling to take haircuts, and both the incentives for that, which perhaps you mentioned in your ad hoc mechanism, like a Brady plan, but also the legal reforms that are necessary in jurisdictions like London and New York. And then there was another point that you made that was great around a dispute settlement institution for debt restructuring mechanisms. And the question is around what the real political prospects of a treaty-based mechanism is, because this is a discussion that goes back to the 1980s. People have been making this proposal, and I just wanted to know is this a realistic thing to ask, and what are the political shifts that need to happen? Thank you.
Thank you. And the last question, Grieve. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ocampo, for the very interesting presentation. My question is about this, you mentioned you had written a paper about either the World Bank or regional banks getting involved in the debt restructuring process. I guess my concern is that when these institutions, whether it's the IMF or the World Bank, play multiple roles, they are a lender, they are an arbiter. Of course, there's a need for a lot of financing or bridge financing during this period. I'm from Sri Lanka, so what Sri Lanka is going through right now, where our economy is more or less collapsing because of the lack of financing. But when that is used as leverage towards reforms that really start to affect the political economy and the state of working people. And just a comment about what you mentioned about China in Sri Lanka. Actually, even before the creditor committee, China late last year agreed to debt restructuring on Sri Lanka. And now the way geopolitics is working on Sri Lanka as well, there's some amount of revival of development projects from China, but not from the other countries. So how that also plays into the whole debt restructuring process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ocampo. Yours.
Well, thank you for those comments. Let me say, I find that the issue of common action will be interesting. Let me say that I said in Latin America, it failed in the 1980s, as I mentioned, and there has been no further attempt to do anything like that. But the African Union was very successful in launching these negotiations in the UN on taxation. So you could probably, the African Union could be the leader. So this is in the hands of Addis Ababa, the headquarters of the African Union, to see if there can be a proposal in that regard. Now, the issue of debt and commodities is a very important one. Perhaps Ethiopia is a bit different in that regard, actually associated to the development of manufacturing exports, as a new area. But anyway, I am no expert in Africa, so I cannot make any comment. But the issue of debt associated to the collapse of commodity prices is a very important issue. Certainly, South America is part of that story. As I heard this morning, it's also a story of Zambia and Ghana. Now, how to involve private creditors is a complicated story. Actually, also, the countries are not willing to do that in order to not to be downgraded by the credit rating agencies, which perhaps I should have added. This is something that is also pending. What are the regulations of credit rating agencies? They have no regulation, and I think this is a very peculiar issue in a world which is so heavily regulated like finance. It's absurd that they are private. Now, you bring the multilateral development banks, which associated to the another question. Maybe it would be possible to bring private creditors because the fact that there will be additional financing may be attractive for the private creditors to participate in that process. That's actually what the origin of my idea of involving the multilateral development banks. But it is true that looking at the last question, that the countercyclical financing is something that is being done, and it should be done more actively. And I said, my analysis is that the World Bank was very important in different periods, but certainly 2020, 2022, while the regional development banks were not equally active in that regard. By the way, that's important, but that's a totally different issue because private financing has collapsed. And therefore, you need countercyclical financing in those contexts. Anyway, now the collective mechanism, again, that's not quite something that is back in the agenda, but I think it should be in the agenda. And actually, let me point out that the fourth Financing for Development Conference will take place next year in the UN conference. Will take place in Spain next year. And that's a topic that should certainly be in the agenda. Since, let's say, I'm working both with DESA in the UN, but also with the Spanish government. And in that regard, I would suggest this has to be a critical issue in the agenda for the Financing for Development Conference. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. What time are we coming back? Is a coffee? Okay, so we're not going to have a coffee break. I'm carrying bad news. So I'll just hand over to the next moderator. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I thought the previous conversation would have left us even more energized for the final lap. You'll excuse me, the podium is a little bit same to my height, so you may not see me very well, but nonetheless, my name is Jason Braganza. I am the Executive Director at the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development based in Harare, Zimbabwe, but I'm a Kenyan living in Nairobi, Kenya. We are in I think the last session of today, or the penultimate session of today, and before we get into the details of debt and the international financial architecture, I'd like to invite Vikrush just to come and give us a quick run through on some of the work on the database and template that was mentioned by Charles early this morning in his open remarks. So about 10 minutes, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to very quickly show you a database application that we've created for ideas. It's a database application that uses international debt statistics at the back end, but allows you to visualize trends and patterns in debt stocks and its constituents. The database is hosted at on IDEA's website. The URL specifically for the database is debt.networkideas.org. Right now, that is for the period of the conference. We've kept it open, so you don't need any username, password to access it. You can just go to the website. You can just go to the website and you will be able to see this database. After the conference, I'm afraid we will have to make people use a username and a password to access it to prevent abuse. But if you would like to use the application, please feel free to write to ideas for access. As you can see, when you log into this database, it shows you a map of the world with debt to GDP ratio for low and middle income countries. The database allows you to look at a few other variables instead. It also allows you to change the year for which you would like to see it. So as you can see, for example, right in 2022, Mozambique is the country with the highest levels of debt to GDP ratio. The second highest is Mongolia, but then there are a whole lot of countries in the sub-Saharan Africa which are showing up as red being the color if you are higher than the average low and middle income countries. But you can play with that threshold and decide what is the high level of debt that you would like to mark in red. You can also change the lender. Right now it's showing you the debt to GDP ratio from all possible creditors, but you could, for example, look at only bondholders. Sorry. Oops. Bondholders. And the map changes you to show you data for only bondholders, or you could change to China and the map changes to show you who China is lending to. I'll go back to world. So we're looking at all creditors. You can then, what makes this interesting, just give it a minute. And now we are back to looking at the total debt stock to GDP ratio. You can click on any country. So let me click on Ghana. and you see a profile of debt for Ghana, which shows up in the forms of a whole bunch of graphs that show trends of debt stocks to Ghana. What's interesting, trends of debt stocks of Ghana. What's interesting about these graphs is that you can click on them and they get disaggregated to show you the constituents of the debt stock. How much of the debt is public and publicly guaranteed debt, how much of it is private non-guaranteed debt, and so on. You can keep clicking on each segment and it disaggregates until the data are available in the international debt statistics. So you can get a fairly detailed disaggregated picture of the debt stocks. The second graph shows you trends of debt to GDP ratio. Then you get to see the top 5 lenders. Now, as you can see in Ghana, 2012, there were bondholders didn't exist. Bondholders were not among the top 5 lenders. Bondholders have become a major source of credit for Ghana in the recent years. You can modify the year to see which years you would like to look at the comparison of. And then once you identify the key lenders for this country, you can go back up and you can say, I want to look at what's going on with these bondholders and change the lenders for Ghana to bondholders. And the graphs would change to show you only information for bondholders to see how to show you now the trends of debt from bondholders, from bonds, that is. So similarly, you can explore all the various graphs. Let me go back to the world. And you can look at the composition of concessional and non-concessional credit. You can look at different categories of creditors for PPG debt. You can look at the currency composition of debt, and you can look at the debt service. In each of these graphs, you can click on the bars and disaggregate. So you can look at the debt service. You can decompose the debt service between principal payment and interest payments, different types of debt, and so on. So it's essentially a database application that allows you to explore the international debt statistics data in a much nicer way, allows you to look at trends, patterns across the world, across different parts of the world, and allows you to look at historical trends for specific countries. We hope that in the coming weeks and months, we can develop this further to show you other aspects of debt, for example, debt arrears, debt forgiveness, and things of that kind. We can also try and allow you the facility of being able to select multiple countries and look at the comparative picture. So I think I hope it is an application that will be useful for, yes. Yes, so all of these graphs can be downloaded, and for each graph, you can download the data as an Excel spreadsheet, the data that have been used for making the graph. So suppose you look at the overall debt stocks and you decide that you want this disaggregated at a certain level, you can download. You can download the graph by clicking here. Oops, disconnected, sorry. Yeah, so you can download each graph at, you basically decide the level of disaggregation you want. You get to that level of disaggregation, you can download the graph, and you can download the data that have been used for making the graph, and you can then do your own work on that data and so on. So yeah, all of that is is possible already. I hope people would find it useful. I invite everybody to explore it, give their feedback on what they find useful, what more they would like to see here. As I said, the database is available. It's open for use for the period of the conference. If you would like to use it afterwards, please write to ideas and we can give you credentials. Thank you.
This is high, but let's see. All right, there we are. All right, thank you very much for that presentation. And I think the importance and relevance of several options in accessing debt statistics and utilizing debt statistics in our advocacy, in our analysis, in answering some of the very poignant questions that have been posed throughout this morning and this afternoon, but also by the students who are part of the Young Scholars Program on Monday and Tuesday this week. This is a very useful addition to that, but also a very useful contribution to this session where we're going to be talking about debt and the international financial architecture. And I say this because on many occasions, as many of the comrades here, a lot more experienced than I am, but the pertinent question that we're always asked is, where do you get your numbers from? Who is producing the statistics? Because more often than not, the story behind statistics is equally as important as the story itself that we're trying to tell. And I hope this next session over the next 50 or so minutes will help us build on this very important database, but also on the conversations that we've been having here so far. So without much ado, please allow me to welcome our two very, very important and experienced speakers. We have Jayati Ghosh, who's joining us virtually. I hope she's online and available to take the screen. And then we also have Hippolyte Fofak, who is here in the room and will be joining me up here on the stage to have a conversation. So as Hippolyte makes his way forward, please, let's just give him a round of applause, as well as Jayati, as we start the session. So I will join you up there, Hippolyte, so that you're not by yourself. I just will ask if I can remove this microphone or and join you up there so you don't feel. I'm sure you're used to the pressure, but I think it might be nice to have some company up there. All right, very good. So I ask Jayati Ghosh, I don't know if you have a set of slides or you'd just like to dive straight into the conversation around debt and international financial architecture.
Hi, yes, thank you very much, Jason. I did have some slides, but I'm thinking that perhaps I will avoid.
I think if you can unmute.
I have unmuted. I'm unmuted.
What? Perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay,
Over
great.
to you.
Thank you so much. Well, first of all, I have been listening as much as possible, I think, with the technical difficulties in the morning. But other than that, I have been listening all day to what has really been a really fascinating set of discussions and interventions. And I feel particularly bad that I wasn't able to come. But at least I can be with you virtually and carry on with this discussion. And I'm going to actually take off directly, so I don't want to take too much time. I know that we're running a bit late. So let me begin with the question that Jomo asked us. Does an international financial architecture even exist? I mean, on what basis do we call it an architecture? Because it's obviously not a house or a building that any of us would like to be in. And yet, so what are we talking about? I think he's right in many ways, but the problem really is that there is a legal architecture. And that legal architecture is what is basically driving a lot of debtor countries in particular crazy, because that legal architecture is very corrosive. It's clearly unfit for purpose. but it's also very powerful. And so most debtor countries are facing huge difficulties, and not just those who are experiencing crises, and we have several people from those countries here, but those who are, whose governments have to pay much more on debt service than they, for example, pay on health or education or social protection. And we know that for low-income countries, in fact, the governments on average are spending 171% on debt service of what they spend on all forms of health, education, nutrition, and social protection put together. So, I mean, and that's for low-income countries where you need this the most. So yes, absolutely, as Jose Antonio mentioned, clearly you're not getting enough money for climate finance, you're not getting enough money for anything. But a large part of that is because of the legal pressures, the legal context globally, which forces so many debtor countries to keep paying very exorbitant debt service rates. I want to just mention briefly that there is the, I think questions were asked in the morning, and also Ndongo referred to it about default. And certainly, there is a strong case for default or repudiation of debt and so on. There are problems for individual countries, there's no doubt about it. And those problems include not just, reduced access to financial markets, which of course you experience, and sanctions on trade and exports and so on, but also the behavior of private creditors, especially vulture funds, in seizing assets of your country all over the world. And we have seen that with Elliott Investments, with Argentina, how they were seizing ships owned by the Argentine government. They were seizing different assets in different parts of the world. And they were allowed to do that by the same architecture that I have mentioned. So there is a huge problem in terms of how debtor countries have to navigate this increasingly complex landscape, especially with so many private creditors and bondholders that have already just been discussed. And I think it was very telling when Vikas showed the dramatically increase in the role of bondholders, not just for Ghana, but for a whole range of low-income countries. And this has been alluded to all day, right? Everyone has talked about the fact of the declaration of emerging and frontier markets creating access for a whole range of countries that were previously seen as, in a sense, beyond or outside the pale of private finance. Despite the fact that frontier and emerging markets were included suddenly in the embrace of global private finance, the access to global capital markets remains extremely unequal. And what is really unfortunate is that it has really nothing to do with what people claim determines capital movements, which is to say fundamentals in terms of how much debt to GDP ratio you have, or in any of those things. They have deeply to do with perceptions of power and where you are in the global ladder, the currency hierarchies, and so on. And this became extremely evident during the pandemic and the subsequent crisis that we had in terms of the Ukraine war impact on, and the associated rise in food and fuel prices that impacted on a lot of importing countries and so on. So just to give you a sense of this was the slide I was going to put up, but I've decided I will just tell you instead. In the high income countries, they have very large debt to GDP ratios, okay? I noticed Vikas didn't mention those, but those are really, the average in 2018 was 103% of GDP. In the pandemic year 2020, it went up to 123% of GDP. And it has stayed high. In 2023, it was 112%, okay? Middle income countries, by contrast, it's much lower, okay? It was 54%, it went up to 68% in the pandemic year, and it has stayed around there at 69% on average. Low income countries, an even greater shock, on average, only 42% public debt to GDP ratio in 2018. Remember, half of these are in Africa. 48%, it increases by only 6 percentage points. Pandemic year 2020 to only 48%, which is a really low public debt to GDP ratio by global standards. And it stays at 48%. In other words, these are countries that do not dare to spend more for their citizens in terms of delivering social and economic rights because they're terrified of capital flight. So here you have this dramatic, shall we say, good behavior, fiscal discipline, self-enforced fiscal discipline on the part of low and middle income countries. How do capital markets respond to that? Well, the spread for high income countries, we're looking at the spread above the US Fed rate, stayed at below 1 basis point throughout this period. In other words, they can spend as much as they like, it's no problem. The spread doesn't change. It stays at below 1 basis point. Okay, remember 1 basis point means 1,000 in that sense. Okay. However, the spread for low and middle income countries on average, in the pandemic year, it goes up to 500 basis points, 5 percentage points above the US Fed rate. It falls because of, the debt service suspension initiative and so on. It falls to about 300. By 2022, when the food and fuel prices are rising and so on, and when the debt service suspension initiative is over, it has gone up to 700 basis points. For the debtor countries, it has gone up to 1,100 basis points. Low-income debtor countries are paying so much more on their debt, yet they have been fiscally disciplined. They have been restrained. It's simply because they are seen to be at that bottom of the ladder. The risk perceptions are higher. And even when they're doing everything they can to so-called behave themselves, they nonetheless get punished by global capital markets. So the real source of some of this debt stress is that unequal relationship, is the fact that, capital markets are going to punish you when anything happens. In fact, that also happens when you get a climate shock. Jamaica had a climate shock, bam, the spread on its bonds dramatically increases. Pakistan has a major flood, same thing. So things that are beyond your control, you will get punished in the capital markets when you have this debt. And that is often what tips you over into the debt crisis. It's the very high debt service rather than the absolute amount of the debt. And then because you can't pay that very high debt service, that accumulates into the principal, and that creates this unpayable debt stock, which then has to be dealt with, for which you then have to have a reduction in the debt. Remember that for many of these countries, a large part of that growing debt stock is not fresh loans. It's essentially unpaid arrears, which are being added onto principal and compounded every year. And so you have particularly private bondholders making huge profits out of this. There's some very interesting work done by Marina Zukamarkis on comparing what does a bond investor get if they buy, let's say, US Treasury bills compared to if they buy frontier market debt or emerging market debt. And the results are startling. If you were investing in US Fed bonds or bills, you would get over the period from 2016 to 2024, you would get 1.8%, okay? Bondholders in Suriname would have got 9.3%. Even after default, depending on the nature of that default, they were getting between 7.1 and 8.4%. If you look at Zambia, it's been talked about here, and we have Grieve here as well, and Ndongo. You look at Zambia, and Eurobonds, the same kind of thing. The US Fed rate, this is for the period 2012 to 2027, US Fed rate, 2.3% they would have been getting. With the different bonds, the 3 different Eurobonds that Zambia has floated, the rate of return was 8%. After the proposed restructuring, which I think was just mentioned by Grieve, the proposed rate of return annual, these are all annual rates, would be 4.4 to 5.8%. In other words, 3 times what you would get from investing in US Fed. So basically what we're getting is private bondholders extracting massive profits out of this, while those countries and the populations go through immense suffering. So clearly this is a state of extreme inequality in the global credit markets, which, because it is legally enforced, creates almost an impossible situation for many debtor countries. I want to just briefly talk about how we then deal with these bondholders. and particularly with the problem of the holdout bondholders that has been mentioned. And there was a question, I think, in the last session about, well, how do you make private bondholders come to the table? In fact, there is a law proposed in the New York legislature. It's been presented in both the Senate and the legislature. And it's a very important law because it's basically saying, I think it's called the Debt Stability Act or something. And it's essentially making it legally necessary, just as it is for bankruptcy laws within the US, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 11 bankruptcy laws. In the same way, it is forcing private bondholders to accept the terms that are accepted by bilateral and other creditors. In other words, it's insisting on equality of treatment. Now, I know that, I think it was Ndongo, was it, or Grieve, who was saying that, all this comparability of treatment business is not valid. But, there is a real collective action problem. Part of the reason why a lot of these debts have not worked out, the debt reduction frameworks have not worked out, the common framework has not worked out, is because each creditor is wary of having a worse deal than other creditors. And certainly China feels this, and correctly, that there's no reason why bondholders who have already been raking it in, who have already received well beyond the value of the principal twice over, should continue to get a very large return on these. So this is a way of dealing with that. I do believe this is an important move. I think it's very important to emphasize it. I think it's very important to support it and lobby for it, certainly in New York. There is a UK committee that is also suggesting that in the UK, so it would help. The problem, and I'm just going to finish in 2 minutes, the problem is that it's still based on the common framework and the IMF's Debt Sustainability Act framework, and that is terrible. That typically underestimates the haircut required, and that is actually very adverse for developing countries. Essentially, we have to think about debtor cooperation, certainly, to ensure that we get better conditions for the debtors, but also insist on a standstill during the negotiation process, not just suspension of payments, but a standstill so that the value of the debt does not change in that prolonged period of negotiation. And that typically would also hasten the negotiation process itself. Final point I would just like to say is that, we really have to reduce external debt dependence as far as possible, because it's a loser's game. And this whole idea of billions to trillions, de-risking to get more climate finance, etc., it's really asking countries that are already suffering because of these debt traps to get into larger big debt traps. So I think we have to be a bit wary of this idea that, oh yeah, we need trillions. There's no way you can do it with public finance. You just have to use your public finance to de-risk the private. Because what that is doing is really a way of producing more surpluses for the financial centers of the world and these private financial institutions. It's not really going to solve either the climate problem or all of our development challenges. Okay, let me stop here. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Jati and Hippolyte. I mean, I'd like to ask you just to build a little bit on that, but also touch on a little bit on your experience, on being on the other side of the table as a creditor. Afro-Exim Bank is now also part of this new initiative that was launched by the African Union Summit, the Africa Club. And how does that sort of fit in with what Jayati is saying, but also what we have been discussing over here since this morning? Over to you.
Thank you very much. I would like to once again thank IDEA for putting together a timely and high relevant conference on debt and international financial architecture. And really congratulate Jayati for what she's been doing over the years in this space with a lot of courage, intellectual courage. And I think I had a lot of fun reading your piece, Schizophrenia at the IMF. It was quite an amazing title. I think going back to the topic, I think after the HIPIC, low-income countries are once again on the verge of another crisis, even though they actually deployed the least capital in terms of fiscal and monetary support in response to the pandemic. If you take Africa, for instance, I think the combined disbursement, which include both foregone revenue and fiscal support, was just about 60 billions. And you compare that to 4.2 trillions in the Eurozone and $5.8 trillion in the US, and that's what we have. Yet, these are the most vulnerable country debt crisis. I also like to add that the combined debt of Africa, if you specific focus on Africa, are both domestic and external. I think it's much lower, isn't it? And you compare that to the EU, which is more than 14 trillions, and the US 34 trillions. And then you wonder, how come we have overburdened by that debt? Despite this number, believe it or not, have been singled out as those which are either at risk or already in debt default, stress. And if you look at that entire landscape, I think it's quite significant that 60% of those countries labeled as such are in the African continent, including Ethiopia, which is a very interesting case, in the sense that it has been one of the fastest growing economy in the world over the last 20 years. It's actually expanded in 2020, and yet they are among the 4 countries which have defaulted. And the question we have is, why will a country under such a robust growth trajectory default on external debt? This is a very good question. And I believe that the answer to that question lies in the international financial architecture and the relevance of the topic we have to cover today. And here I would like to complement a number of points that Jayati made and go through other sources of inequality in that global financial architecture, which are systematically setting countries on the path of debt overhang. I think one that I would like to stress as a first, perhaps most important one, is what I call the asymmetry issuance of global reserve currency. In other words, it's a privilege of the few countries to issue that, and the majority are actually a victim of that, and which is quite significant in the sense that it put the context for financial repressions, undermining the ability of this country to actually invest in patient capital, long-term investment, which are needed to diversify their economies and wean themselves off that commodity dependency, which is one of the major drivers of external liability during shocks. And to highlight the benefit of that asymmetry for the US, which a French president called exorbitant privilege, and take a look at a quote made by our great Alan Greenspan. I think sometimes it's good to listen to Greenspan. And I quote, "The United States can pay any debt it has because we can always print money to do that. So there is zero probability of default." I think that's where we are when we talked about inequality in that international financial system that Jayati articulated so well. This is the foundations of that inequality. The second point I would like to highlight in terms of source of inequality is what I call the colonial legacy of the birth defect, which systematically penalize current account deficit countries. In anticipation of that risk, John Maynard Keynes actually proposed a banker that improve efficiency of settlement and payments balance and reduce the risk of persistent macroeconomic imbalances through symmetric penalty between surplus and deficit countries. Of course, the US rejected ideas because at the time, they were largely a surplus nations, And even when they became a deficit nations, what happened in 1971 allows them to continue to actually benefit from the systems, essentially draining saving from the global south to finance their continuously growing deficit. The third, which relate to what Jayati mentioned earlier, it's what I call, and what has been called by many colleagues, the original sin of issuing your debt in foreign currency. In part, this reflects the supremacy, the primacy of the US dollars under that asymmetric issuance of global reserve, and greatly expose countries to the what we call the credit risk. And for instance, Africa, which issue more than 95% of its debt in foreign currency, including 70, accounting with the US dollar alone, accounting 70%, is actually more exposed than other regions as a result of that original sins. So last few months, I think the aggressive tightening of monetary cycle by the Fed to strengthen the US dollar and then materializing that original sin, that currency risk. So the depreciation of local currency has actually increased the effective burdens of external debt and therefore the risk of default. But in my view, the prominence of the US dollars is also a major source of macroeconomic instability that over time just aggravate the cost of that original sin. And as a Fed, for instance, increase interest rates in response to high inflations, we tend to have massive capital outflows from developing countries, weakening the currency. Look at where the Naira is, depreciation by more than 70% since June 2023, and still going, quite significant. In addition to constraining the fiscal space and increase macroeconomic instability, that depreciations of local currency triggered by large-scale capital outflows is also inflationary through the pass-through effect. And then the next one that I would like to add, because Jayati actually covered that, is that perception premium and the role of rating agencies. I think it would be unfair for us to cover this topic without really spending some time on rating agencies. I think after the large-scale downgrade at the height of the pandemic, essentially most, if not all, African sovereign became junk essentially, which are the worst in the sub-investment grade rating. Essentially, this country on growth-crushing and default-driven borrowing rate. And an analysis of bond yield issue between 2022 and 2023 shows that Africa was borrowing at about 11.6%. That is about twice as in Asia, 6.1%, but 4 times higher than in the US, and even higher, 8 times higher than in Germany, 1.5%. And I think I once asked an IMF colleague or friend, what would actually happen to Italy if they had the debt, which was more than $3 trillion, interest rate on that debt at 10% instead of near zero on the zero lower bound era? What would happen to Italy? I think he told me they will default. They will default. I think one reason why we're not willing, so eager to actually bring this rate down is a GDP on your debt. Any European countries, so they feel it. We may actually benefit because they are beginning to feel the pressure as well, but that shouldn't be, that's not where the essential architecture the fact that we have only 4 countries which have defaulted in Africa is actually remarkable, given the inequality that we have. Hopefully, what has been done now within the IMF and World Bank to do more grant financing at scale will be the beginning of answer to that. In absence of that, what we have is that, in my view, this is perhaps the most damaging source of inequality entrenched in the system, because it essentially perpetuates the colonial development model resource extractions. I think, ironically, we have an international financial system whereby low-income countries, which have the lowest stock of public debt, are also, ironically, the most overburdened by sovereign debt. I think the growth of macroeconomic, the growth and macroeconomic costs of these inequality are huge. I think unless there are fundamental reform to address these inequalities, country will continue to be at the short end of the international financial bargaining stick, just one shock away from another debt crisis. In other words, in essence, debt crisis in the global south will always be a permanent feature of the international financial architecture in the absence of fundamental reform. I think among the reform, I think the most pressing and quick one is, for instance, looking at the maturity issue to make sure that they are long enough. And we have the example of the UK, which had a 100 years loan after the war to make sure that they had fiscal space and to prevent, to reduce the risk of actually undermining the recovery and reconstruction effort. We had the case of Germany, where they're able to cap interest rates on external debt. And here we refer to both public and private debt to 5% of export revenue in 1953 to make sure that they are not constrained in their recovery and growth after the war. I look at the data this morning, I think, and the number of countries where external debt payments as a share of export revenue is above in Africa. In Africa, it's 18. I didn't say 5%, I said 10. And actually, excluding private debt, it's 18 countries are in that category. So we have to find a way to put a cap, an upper bound on interest payment to make sure that this country have fiscal space to finance the transformation that is required for them to grow out of that unhealthy correlation between growth and commodity price cycle. The system is such that each time when we issue SDR, advanced economy actually receive the largest share of it, yet they do not need it. As Greenspan said, you can always print it. And so in terms of inequality, it tends to grow as a result of that. So perhaps it's important to reform the SDR quota systems and to really account for population weight. Some actually mentioned that, to make sure that those who need the most are the recipients of it. But we could also look at the country vulnerability to climate and therefore the issue of negative externalities of growth, and ensuring that the low-income country and less polluting nations receive the most of it. That will actually help address the historical inequality which has been created by the current systems. And of course, I think in the digital era, it's important to explore and accelerate the transition toward local currency settlement. I think this is very important for trade, but also very important for reserve accumulations. We did some work at Afreximbank, where over 85% of trade in Africa are to transit, intra-African trade, to transit via Europe, and using local currency settlement on our Pan-African payment settlement systems, we could actually save $5 billion annually. So I think local currency settlement, which is really on steroid in Asia, it's something that we should definitely explore across other regions of the developing world. And of course, I think developing local capital markets will actually help reduce that risk of original sin, which is quite significant and has been a major cost. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Hippolyte. And about 15 or 20 so minutes before the session runs. So any questions, comments? So we have one there. We have one right at the back. And I'm realizing most of them are men. And in keeping with Grieve's message from this morning, perhaps we may want to have a more diverse group of questions coming through. But let's start with Stefano, only because I know his name, and the other gentleman who's right at the back by the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefano Prato from the Civil Society Financing for Development Mechanism. So I just want to reconnect the very excellent points that have been made by the speakers also to the closing part of Jose Antonio's presentation, considering that we have a process in motion towards the fourth Financing for Development Conference. When we're talking about debt, there's so many moving parts, right? And what civil society has been calling for, and this is where it'd be interesting to get the views of the speakers, is for really a multilateral legal framework on debt. A legal framework that would be able to harmonize many different pieces, and namely the principles for responsible borrowing and lending, the idea of a debt workout mechanism, a different logic for debt sustainability assessments, a clarification on state contingent, including climate contingent instruments, the regulation and rules on debt transparency, and the regulation of credit rating agencies. I know this is like huge, right? But in reality, there is a need to create an alternative to that failed infrastructure. And at the same time, recognizing, as Jayati mentioned, that that failed infrastructure is legal, and even deregulation is regulated. So there is no alternative than engaging in a normative regulatory effort. And the fact of initiating under the decision of FFD a similar process as it has been done on tax, under the UN umbrella, which is a non-creditor-centered space, which is democratic, at least on paper, not free of political economies, but at least democratic on paper, and a context in which the political reality in which southern countries are actually creditors of historical and ecological debts rather than purely contractual debtors in a way, is important. And first and foremost, because the UN has jurisdiction. And in order to create a legal multilateral framework, you need a place that has jurisdiction. So I think that would be my question for the speakers. Second is one missing element, I think, in the conversation, and particularly for Jayati, wish reflection on this, is that we sometimes forget that the roots of the debt crisis are in the structure of the economy. Ultimately, not so much in the development finance. So without a reflection and an advancement of structural transformation and somehow rethinking the structure of the global economy, the systemic determinants of that will remain there, no matter which development and finance consideration we leave. And that's another opportunity for FFD4. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stefano. There was a gentleman at the back. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Awal Ahmed. I work at Rise Ghana. Basically, I wanted to find out, based on your portal and the data that you put up, have you had an occasion where people try to seek some challenge you legally because of the data you put out there And how has the experience been, considering the fact that the use of evidence is picky? In our jurisdiction here, people tend to pick and choose what evidence to use and to go after people who are trying to create a lot of transparency. I see that the data is very good for transparency around debt issues. How has the terrain been in terms of the backlash, and how supportive is the ecosystem also for that kind of work? And then also on a lighter side, I think Charity, I've been following sometimes what I say, your controversial views around this. And the most important thing for me, I think, is sometimes our lack of willingness to be controversial, or the fear of controversy, has made us to go deeper into debt, Africa as a whole. And I say a light side because, I mean, maybe we should begin to think about changing the concept of debt servicing to a more guilty word that would inspire us to really act and to, because I mean, basically when you service a vehicle, then you are going to have a longer vehicle, longevity for the vehicle. So no-brainers, are we servicing the debt to make it, to continue to, so that we should have a term that should be allow us to go for good debt. And so I don't know where the conversation can start, but we should begin to think about some of the terminologies so that we can have a call to action, commit people to know that when you are dealing with some of these things, you are basically impoverishing generations to come. And depending on how it is handled, and I don't want to say service, then it will lead us into a bigger quagmire. So I don't know, at your level, I mean, you have seen some work that you've done with some interesting titles and stuff. What do you think about that? We should move away from debt servicing. It's a term that is accepted, but do we have any politically more correct term to use? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see now the hands are going up. We do have one online, and I'd like to request, I think the person said they'd like to ask the question, so.
Okay, thanks very much. My question, my name is Tengo Tengela. I work for the Congress of South African Trade Unions in the policy unit as Industrial and Policy Coordinator, Industrial and Trade Policy Coordinator. My question is that if you might have noticed, the response of the developing economies vis-a-vis developed economies has been quite different. Central banks have played a very important role in the response to both to the COVID pandemic and other crises through providing monetary financing to their economies in the form of assisting those economies to respond to the pandemic crisis that they were facing. And historically, you know, if you talk about even after World War I, I mean, even during World War II, many central banks in the world used monetary financing to finance their states in terms of responding to the war. And I think this current juncture, wherein African economies are facing debt crises, there is a way we must rethink central bank credit allocation for economic development, whether it's infrastructure development or whatever, you know, even for industrial financing. Because if you look at liquidity that central banks in the North have provided to their development banks, and liquidity, and the fact that in developing economies, I'm talking about even in South Africa, you know, South Africa has not been able to use its central bank to finance, to use monetary financing for industrial financing purposes, you know, providing liquidity to development, industrial development institutions like the ones we have in the country to drive industrialization and drive economic growth. So I'm saying, as part of the response to the debt crisis, we need to explore other mechanisms that are available for third world economies to respond. Thank you very much. That was my issue.
All right, thank you very much. Just in the interest of time, there was one question here in the front to the gentleman here, and one more that has come online, which I'll try to read out. But we'll take the one from the gentleman here in the front.
Yes. Merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Chérif Salif Si du Sénégal. Je suis ancien ministre chargé des questions économiques au cabinet du président de la République. Je suis aussi ancien professeur à l'université Cheikh Diop en relations économiques internationales, ancien professeur à l'École nationale d'économie appliquée. J'ai une proposition que je ferai après, mais je voudrais simplement revenir sur un certain nombre de choses. D'abord, inscrire, la dette étant inscrite dans les stratégies de mobilisation des ressources pour le développement, je souhaiterais, pas dans cette séance, mais ailleurs, vous l'avez brossé un peu, qu'on passe en revue un peu la situation de la mobilisation des ressources internes. C'est un problème de fond. Pourquoi je le dis? Avec la première crise de la dette et sous le régime du président Wade, notre grand souci était, disons, circonscrit autour de 3 ou 4 points. La corruption, évidemment, mais surtout les taux de transaction, les taux d'absorption et le taux de réalisation des objectifs. Je veux dire par là qu'on discute de la mobilisation et de la gouvernance de l'endettement extérieur, alors que notre souci devrait être la mobilisation des ressources internes qui devrait être le principal et la mobilisation des ressources extérieures le complément. Par exemple, dans le secteur productif au Sénégal, on perd 30% de revenus à cause des transactions internes. Vous ajoutez que le taux d'absorption, ça fait maintenant une quarantaine d'années, on consomme moins de 50% des ressources allouées au secteur. C'est un problème de fond. Et nous avons aussi les taux de réalisation. C'est rare dans la plupart des pays africains que ça dépasse 25-30%. Je pense que c'est des questions très importantes. L'autre aspect, c'est une question liée au site. Hein. Et je voudrais sur le site d'abord que, s'il est possible, d'expliquer un peu, mais la question viendra après. Je pense que sur le plan pédagogique, c'est important de le préciser, parce que ça n'a rien de scientifique, ça n'a été qu'une proposition de Maastricht, et nous, on en fait une religion. Et la question liée à ce problème, c'est quel sens vous donnez au ratio dette-PIB aujourd'hui dans le marché des obligations souveraines qui sont beaucoup plus sophistiquées? Voilà ma question et voilà ma suggestion maintenant, c'est d'expliquer un peu sur le site de la base de données, justement, l'intérêt pour la discipline économie ou économie politique de ce ratio dette que les Américains, dont les Américains ne parlent jamais dette. Certains même considèrent que c'est anti-économie. Voilà. Merci beaucoup.
All right, thank you very much for that. There's one question directly for you, Professor Ghosh, online that is, the person is asking, is it ideal for heavily indebted countries to negotiate for debt relief based on adverse climatic catastrophes at the upcoming COP29? Colleagues and comrades, because of the interest of time, I know there's a tea break. I will ask that for those who have questions to please either type or send them through to Professor Ghosh, or Hippolyte is here, grab hold of him during coffee. So both Jayati and Hippolyte, as we wrap up the session, you can respond to these questions and sort of your mic drop moments as well as we conclude. So maybe we'll start with you, Jayati, and then we'll come back into the room. Thanks. Are you okay now? Can you?
Yes, somebody has to unmute me. They always refuse. I think there's a tendency to want me to keep my mouth shut, and I don't blame people, of course. Thank you so much. These are really interesting questions. And I want to take up on a point that Hippolyte had mentioned earlier about the SDR allocations. This is in fact a proposal. I mean, Jose Antonio Ocampo has done so much work on SDR already, but I was a member of a committee of a board, advisory board for the UN on effective multilateralism. And one of our proposals was precisely this, that SDRs should be, first of all, regularly issued along with the increases in the size of the global economy. There should be an automatic increase in the SDRs, but they should not be allocated according to quota. They should be allocated according to need. That is to say, if a country is facing a shock not of its own creation, a climate shock, a terms of trade shock, an interest rate shock, which pretty much lots of low and middle income countries have faced. And it would then be an automatic triggering. So it wouldn't require, people in the IMF to decide, oh, are you deserving? Are you good enough? Are you going to do enough austerity and so on? It would just happen. And some of it to be kept for global public goods. Again, dealing with, let us say, mitigation and adaptation. I mean, as you can imagine, it hasn't really got much traction, but it's an idea out there. This brings me to the issue about bringing debt into the UN space. Well, already the UN General Assembly some years ago passed a resolution saying that there should be a sovereign debt resolution mechanism. UNCTAD had made a proposal, fairly detailed, and it was passed by majority vote. The creditor countries have simply ignored it. And I think that's the problem, which is, you see, unlike tax, where all of the, shall we say, the rich world countries realize that it's in their interest to get in there, because otherwise developing countries, every country has their own taxing rights. And if they get together and make decisions, there will be decisions made that, they will not be involved in. So tax is a different kind of situation for the rich countries. And since the rich countries are the creditor countries, they can simply ignore anything that the UN says or does, just as they have ignored, for example, everything that the UN Secretary General has been saying about Gaza, for example. So there is a problem there. It's not just bringing it into that space, but recognizing that, the reason the UN has power is because countries give it power. And when countries decide not to, then there's very little that the UN itself can do. You're right about the term debt service. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not the right term, but frankly, I'm more concerned about reducing it than changing the word. So let's say, okay, repayment of principal and interest, whatever. The point is to somehow make that a manageable kind of thing. I completely agree with Tengo about central bank credit allocation. I think this was very much part of the history of central banks, certainly in the rich world, but also in a number of developing countries. And we have lost that at our own, unfortunately, we've given up an instrument that has been in the past very, very important for development. And I go back to the issue, however, that we know a lot of our developmental needs should not be relying on external debt. And I do feel that this tendency that now countries have, oh, the interest rate is so much lower, and pushed, as has been mentioned repeatedly today, pushed by the IMF and the World Bank, pushed by the Davos crowd. Yes, take it, it's so much lower, what's not to like? It's lower than your rate of inflation, it's lower than your rate of GDP growth, so just take all this money, without recognizing the deeply unfair nature of global capital markets. Yes, I mean, I would just warn about that yes, central banks can play a much greater role. And yes, let's think of, exchange arrangements. Let's think of different kinds of currency swap things that will enable countries to access the things they need externally without necessarily involving much more debt. Brian, can debtors negotiate based on climate shocks? I mean, we can appeal. The trouble with all these moral, ethical, justice-based appeals is that, let's face it, they don't give a damn, right? I mean, they're not going to change just because you say this is what is correct and good and necessary and so on. So, I mean, let's put it this way, they're the opposite of Mother Teresa and so on, right? They're not going to do it because it is good and ethical. So what do? I would say that if there are countries that experience climate shocks, and there have been several, and there will be many more, And it doesn't even have to be a shock. It can be a continuous process that is impacting its exports or its food security or anything. They should all get together and say, we're not paying this debt. We're simply not paying it. I mean, you know, for Pakistan to be forced to pay so much debt service after a flood in which they lost about 30 billion worth in terms of the losses, and then to have to negotiate with the IMF desperately to get 4 billion, a process that has taken 2.5 years already. It's obscene, right? So I think, yes, once again, I go back to the point, coalitions are essential for this. It's very hard for a country to do it alone. Jomo is right that many, let's say, middle-income countries perhaps don't want to get into the same boat, etc. But maybe the world is changing, and maybe a sufficient, I mean, I think the Group of Africa has already shown it can do it on taxation. I think there is a potential for coalition, and we're all looking to Africa and to Latin America for many of these things.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jati. Hippolyte?
In fact, I'll be quick because Jati has covered a lot of ground. If you go back to the point raised by Professor Sherif, and I fully concur with you on the need for really boost domestic resource mobilizations. And we have one case in the continent, I think it was Kenya on the Kibaki, which actually did a wonderful job on that. To the point that during my time in the World Bank, and I went to Nairobi, oui, je vais essayer. Oui, je vais essayer. Donc, je suis entièrement d'accord sur le point fait sur le besoin de mobiliser des ressources en l'interne. Et c'est très important parce que c'est une façon de réduire, n'est-ce pas, ce risque. Est-ce qu'on est exposé à l'endettement extérieur? On a un cas où un pays comme le Kenya, sous le président Kibaki, l'a fait avec beaucoup de succès. Au point où, pendant mon séjour à la Banque mondiale, j'ai visité, n'est-ce pas, notre bureau à Nairobi, et le lead économiste sur place m'a dit, mais Hippolyte, nous avons beaucoup de problèmes avec le Kenya. J'ai dit, mais pourquoi donc? Il dit, ils ne prennent pas de crédit à la banque. Et c'est pour ça que je suis ici. J'ai dit, et le knowledge. Donc, je pense que c'est possible. Il faut avoir une gestion rigoureuse et avoir une allocation des dépenses qui est conséquente. Donc, c'est très, très important. Je suis également d'accord avec vous sur le fait que les ressources allouées ne sont pas toujours optimisées au niveau de la mise en œuvre des projets. Et c'est pour ça d'ailleurs qu'il y a de plus en plus ce qu'on appelle des Project Preparation Facility, pour, n'est-ce pas, accompagner des pays dans, n'est-ce pas, dans la mise en œuvre de ces projets. Et on s'est rendu compte que des pays qui ont accès au Project Preparation Facility ont plus de chances de réussir dans l'exécution de ces projets. Donc, c'est très, très important. Donc, je suis à nouveau d'accord avec vous sur ce point. Et coming back to the issue of narrative, I think I fully concur that the narrative as we currently have it actually penalize the victim. And maybe Professor Ghosh, in her creativity, will find the right way to coin this going forward in a way that the vulture, the bondholder, will actually be shamed when the discussions are held. I think I was telling Ndongo that one of the greatest things that Larry Summer ever said on this issue was to say that we should go for debt relief immediately because the bondholder at double-digit interest rate have actually cashed on the risk. So there's no risk for them, essentially. This was Larry Summers saying that. So we should find a way to coin this properly in a way that empower those who are currently the victim. And I also fully concur with you on the point of structural transformation. I think we discussed that earlier. It is a very important point going forward. But to achieve that, we have to get out of that vicious cycle where you cannot have access to the patient capital under that financial operations. And how do we break the cycle so that we have a big push at one point in time? And our view has been that we have to get out of the IMF and temporal fiscal balance to allow country to make major deficit in the short and medium term, provided it's properly invested to create the condition for transformations. And I think, let me just stop in the interest of time. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, comrades, for that. And thank you very much to Jayati and Hippolyte for a very exciting conversation on debt and the international financial architecture. I think we'll break now for tea. And are we coming back? We'll come back for the last session. So we'll be back at around 4:30 to have the last session. Thank you very much.
Saying yesterday, I followed your writings for such a long time, particularly during COVID. Oh, yeah. I was slave. I really enjoyed what you were saying around the rating agency. Actually, it was very, very fascinating, and it informed actually a lot of after that thinking around this idea of. Is it possible to regulate rating agencies? They have, huh? Okay, okay. Yes. Okay. It would aggravate the crisis. Okay, okay. Yeah, I would. Can I just give you my card? Because I'd love to. No problem. I was saying, please do. I'd really like to continue with the party. And thank you very much for this submission. It's very good. Thank you. I need too much. Thank you. Hey, man.
can pull it out. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can we take our seats? Can we take our seats? We have. Yeah. Well, let me put this one back here. Take your seats. Take your seats. May we take your seats, please? Thank you. Nothing at all. Don't touch it. It might not work. You have to ask this gentleman. May we take our seats, please? He's here. Okay. Okay. Yeah. It's on. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. May we have your silence. Thanks very much. One meeting. Thanks very much, colleagues. This is the last session for this day. Riveting where the other sessions area on. I think this is going to be quite riveting as well. Thank you. In economics, like in politics, there's a lot of politics in it as well. It seems economics are full of politics. And some scholars have come to see that politics and decided to go beyond it. So this session is about debt and development finance in challenging times. Well, in 1945, we had what they call challenging times, and in 2024, challenging times. But the meaning that's going to be given today is slightly different from the 1945 economic challenge or challenging times. So it is going to be delivered by one of the most illustrious scholars of economics, one well known to most of us, and I think well admired in the area of heterodoxy. I'll be inviting now Professor Jan Kregel. Professor Kregel is a professor of development finance at Tallinn University of Technology, adjunct professor at the New School for Social Research, and editor of the Journal of Post-Keynesian Economics. He previously directed the Policy Analysis and Development Branch of the United Nations Financing for Development Office as Deputy Secretary there. The Secretary of the UN Committee of Experts of International Cooperation in Tax Matters. In 2009, Kregel served as Rapporteur of the President of the UN General Assembly Commission on Reform of the International Financial System. He has published extensively, contributing over 250 articles to the edited volumes and scholarly journals, including Economic Journal, American Economic Review, Journal of Economic Literature, Journal of Post-Keynesian Economics, Économie appliquée, I think that's France, and Journal de Gli Economistique. I think that's very good for those of us who don't pick up English. His major works include a series of books on economic theory, including Rate of Growth, Distribution, and Growth. Two views in 1971, The Theory of Economic Growth. 72, The Reconstruction of Political Economy. 1973, Theory of Capital. 1976, and Origin et Sviluppo de Mercantil Financieri. That should be Portuguese or Spanish. Trade and Development with R. Cartel and E.S. Renate in 2009. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the most accomplished teacher of economics in the heterodox side, Professor Jan. The floor is yours.
Boy, I'm glad I came just to hear that. The title that I was given for the presentation was Challenges. And what I'm going to do is to try and outline what I think the basic challenges facing the international financial system are going to be going forward. Now, this is going to require what Minsky used to call a willing suspension of disbelief, okay? you have to sort of clean your mind of everything we've been talking about, which are the current problems that are faced by developing countries in terms of that debt crisis, and to look forward to the debt crises that are coming and how they might be resolved. Now, on one side, we have the climate crisis, the environment crisis, and I'm surprised that we've had very little discussion about that so far in these meetings. The way I look at the challenges created by the climate crisis are in terms of distribution. And if you look at the title which I've given, basically that subtitle talks about the problem of distribution in facing these problems. Now, what do we mean by distribution? Or I'll say maldistribution. Well, let's just start out with water, okay? We've got a whole lot of ice, which is now in the wrong place and is becoming very liquid. We've got a whole lot of moisture, which is in the air and is in the wrong place and is creating all kinds of disturbances. We've got movements of the ocean waters, which are creating all kinds of disturbances. So basically, this is the climate problem, is a problem of the maldistribution of water and moisture. And eventually it's going to end up someplace, and that's going to create substantial changes in, well, first of all, the distribution of population, okay? People are not going to be living in the same places. They're going to have to move. And part of the problems of facing the climate crisis is determining how that redistribution of population is going to take place and the costs that are going to be involved. Now, that population is going to move and it has to eat. The distribution of food production is also going to be disturbed, and it's going to have to be redistributed. Eventually, the system will find a redistribution, both of food production and of population and of all of this water and everything else. But those are the kinds of crises that we're going to be facing, and those are going to have costs that are very different from the kinds of costs that we have to finance today in terms of debt creation. So this is the side that we're looking at in terms of the challenges that climate are going to provide. Now, as a simple example, I come from the United States. We do have this problem of the southern border. That southern border problem is a political problem, but it is also part of the climate problem. And resolving that problem has costs, and costs that are going to have to be met in a particular way. Now, normally those costs can be met in two different ways, okay? One way is in terms of an internal response. And I'm going to make a reference here to the work of Abba Lerner. Abba Lerner long ago talked about the impact of using government response and the creation of government debt in order to respond to domestic crises. Now, the point that Lerner made was the creation of government debt had an impact on domestic distribution. That is, he said, basically, when we're increasing government debt, the problem is simply a redistribution of the costs from the right pocket to the left pocket, okay? It's an internal distribution that's created. Now, when those costs come in terms of response that have an international cause and have an international solution, cross-border, Lerner said this is very different. The distribution of costs and benefits on the cross-border basis go to the benefit of the lenders and the cost to the borrowers. So the first point, which I'm trying to make, is that in responding to these international climate crises, the response to these international changes, okay, those countries that can respond with domestic responses, with the creation of domestic policies and domestic debt, simply have a problem of internal distribution. This is a problem that can be handled, I won't say quite easily, but is handled much more easily than the problem of the international distribution of costs and benefits. Now, who are the countries that are going to be relying on international responses? Well, let's think of the response to the pandemic. Okay, in the pandemic, what happened? President of the United States created the task force, created warp speed, developed very quickly the response in terms of a vaccine, in terms of what was a substantial cost in outstanding US government debt. But the costs were where? They were all internal to the US. For countries that didn't have this possibility, what did you have to do? Well, you had to go into the international markets. You had to purchase the response to the pandemic. You had to create external debt, and that was a cost. So that the countries that had to borrow internationally had a much larger cost in responding to the pandemic to those countries that had the possibility of resolving everything internally. Okay, so this is the first point which I want to make in terms of the distribution of responses to these climate crises. The other side of the challenges is in terms of what we'll call generically Schumpeterian technological change, creative destruction. The other thing, which I was surprised that was missing in the discussions, is that nobody mentioned, well, I shouldn't say crypto. I will say digitization of the financial system. Okay? Is this important or is it not important? And I'm going to argue that yes, this is crucially important. Crucially important, why? Well, because we do have the existence of the crypto sector. Whatever your position on crypto is, I'm not going to counter it. I have my own. If you think it's worth taking the tumble, do it. I would not. But it does have an impact on the way the financial system functions. Virtually every central bank in the world is currently prospecting the possibility of creating a digital currency. This is going to represent a major change in the system. At the same time, private sector institutions are in fact proposing alternative digital currency payment systems, which, interestingly enough, have a greater or lesser resemblance to the initial proposals of the 1940s discussion of the international financial architecture. That is Keynes' clearing mechanism. Now, there exists, and at this point, if I can have the slide back again, and you can get rid of me because I'm really not necessary to this. Okay, eventually. Okay, there it is. There is one system which is expressly created on the pattern of Keynes' clearing system. It's a system which functions for making virtually all financial transactions that are currently provided by the existing financial architecture. Now, this is a privately developed system. It's a system which has functioned in the past. It's undergoing revision and will come back online very soon and will provide a competitive basis to the existing system of trade, finance, and financial transactions. Now, why is this important? Well, it's simply important because, number one, it would replace all existing financial institutions. Now, you don't have to take my word for this. Paul Einzig, in a book that was written in the 1940s in response to Keynes' proposal, made the following observation. He said, it's very interesting. If I have understood this proposal correctly, it would eliminate the existing of all international financial institutions. It would eliminate their trading in terms of foreign exchange, and it would eliminate their possibility to intermediate foreign lending. Okay? Now, I'm not going to argue that this is going to solve the debt problem. What I'm going to argue is that if we look at the financial architecture that was imposed in the Bretton Woods Agreement, this is a financial architecture which was based on the pattern of the existing private financial system. The existing private financial system in what sense? Well, if I dig into my pocket and pull out all of my dollar bills, okay, we talk about a lot about the dollar-based financial system, but it's not these dollars that we're talking about. We're talking about the assets and liabilities of private financial institutions that issue dollar-denominated means of payment, okay? What gets lent in the international financial system are not these things, okay? If I'm a drug dealer, yeah, these are very important. If I'm trying to go on the subway, yes, these are very important. But for the international financial system, it has nothing to do with these dollars that are the liabilities of the US government. And if you think about it for a minute, these things are a loan that I make to the US government. And the US government pays me 0 interest to hold them. And the US government has financial resources that it could use at 0 interest rates. Basically, we come to the conclusion that if we were simply using these things, the US government could lend money for all sorts of financial projects at a 0 interest rate. Now, if these get substituted by central bank digital currencies, it opens up a wide possibility in terms of the way governments can finance particular types of investments, and in particular, those responding to climate change. So the problem here is not these things. The problem is the private banks. As I keep saying, the problem is Goldman Sachs. And the problem is that every developing country, in order to pattern its financial system, bends over in order to satisfy the requirements of Goldman Sachs to provide them borrowing and lending. So getting rid of these things in terms of digital currency could also create the possibility of getting rid of Goldman Sachs. Now, the second point in this is that because these liabilities of the private financial system are created by means of a credit multiplier in which the exposure of the private banks are always greater than their ability to meet those liabilities, it's necessary for those banks to hold reserves. Under the gold standard, companies and banks held gold. Have you read Adam Smith lately? Adam Smith says holding gold reserves is a big waste of resources. The gold could be used for productive purposes. Oh, if we get rid of the private banking system and we no longer need the banks to hold the reserves, all of those reserves could be used to finance those problems which are coming from climate change. Well, that's the first source. Now, the second source is to go back to the central banks. Why do we have central banks? Because we need somebody to provide regulation and supervision to the private banking system. But if we get rid of the private banking system, then we could get rid of central banks. Okay? I'm not a supporter of Mr. Milei in Argentina, who is proposing to get rid of the Argentinian central bank. And that would be terrible, because frequently I get invited by the central bank to come and talk to them. And I like going to Argentina because I love Malbec and I love bife. But this creates the possibility that for most transactions that the central banks operate could be handled by national treasuries. In fact, historically, if we look at the discussions over the formation of the central bank, well, the US doesn't have a central bank. It has a thing called the Federal Reserve, okay? And we just said that those reserves we don't need, so we don't need the Federal Reserve. In the beginning, the idea was that these functions could be done through the US Treasury. Oh, if they're done through the US Treasury, then what happens? Well, then the expenditure decisions, fiscal policy, gets determined by Congress, and directly the Treasury finances those decisions, having to go through the private banking system, without having to look to the central bank, which is going to say, oh, your deficit is much too high. We have to increase interest rates in order to prevent people from actually benefiting from those types of expenditures. So that we have the possibility of looking at, well, it used to be the case that hedge funds went around buying companies in order to access the liquidity in those companies. Well, really, it wasn't liquidity. What they did was to fire half of the workers, create a whole lot of debt, and then resell the companies. But if we look at the potential impact of the digital transformation of the financial system, there is a liquidity benefit in terms of all of those reserves that are out there and are no longer useful or necessary. So the first proposal, which I'm going to make, is to say that if we want, see if I can do this. Oops, excuse me. If we want to make a short-term response to the short-term debt problems, the first question we ask is, why do central banks hold of that gold? Why is it there? What is it used for? Well, it doesn't provide the backing for national currencies anymore. The US got rid of that about 25, 30 years ago. Most other countries did as well. But the gold still sits there. Adam Smith would be horrified. He would say, you're just leaving those resources useless. Why can't we use those resources? Well, what do we have? Oh, I did a rough estimate here. You can see who has the holdings. It comes as a rough estimate of $2 trillion that are out there in order that are available that could be used for an SPV. We can do financial engineering to generate the creation of a LIC debt fund. How would we do that? Because people say, well, be careful that gold is in the balance sheets of the central banks. Oh, well, the Bundesbank long ago came up with the solution to doing that. All you do is you create a special kind of debt and you substitute the gold for that special debt of the government. Germany did this in the post-war period for the first time, and they did it the second time in the unification of East and Western Germany. Very simple procedure. All of that gold is now available to go to, well, Jose Antonio mentioned the idea of the Brady bonds. We can set up a Brady bond system in which we have a special unit which has the gold as the assets. It issues the Brady bonds, and we use that to absorb the debts of developing countries. Now, as I said, willing suspension of disbelief, okay? I'm simply pushing an argument that takes seriously the possible implications of the changes in technology and the necessity for alternative financial sources. Now, the last part of the story is what? Well, it's not that we really don't need this. What we can do is to say, yes, okay, that's an interesting idea, but what if that one doesn't work? What does this clearing system do? Well, Keynes' clearing mechanism was proposed in the 1940s. At the time, it generated a very lively debate. In addition to the debates in Cambridge, there were debates in Oxford. And Shoemaker, Balog, and Koleski, who were all employed in Oxford at the time, they were war refugees, proposed a number of amendments to this proposal. In particular, Shoemaker's proposal. And Shoemaker's proposal is very interesting because it provides a mechanism that allows individual countries to preserve their currencies within the clearing union. That is, there's no substitution of national currencies. This is something the Germans have always said. A currency is a national expression, and they resisted strongly the introduction of the euro because the Deutschmark represented the German nation. Well, Shoemaker's proposal allows for countries to retain their national currencies and then to provide a clearing mechanism which provides liquidity across the various national currency systems, what he calls pooling mechanisms. And those pooling mechanisms effectively eliminate the need for a global currency. Shoemaker, at the end of his proposal, has an aside which says, oh, by the way, under this system, we really don't need a national currency anymore. Now, this sort of possibility does resolve the problem, which is, well, everybody is concerned about the so-called privilege of the United States. Get rid of the US dollar. Well, this I've said before, the problem is not the dollar, the problem is Goldman Sachs. This system gets rid of Goldman Sachs, but it also gets rid of the dollar. It says that you don't need that thing, that dollar thing, as long as every currency is available on a multilateral basis. You have the balance between debtor and creditor countries on a multilateral basis. It's no longer the case that China lends to Zambia or China lends to the US. Now that sounds sort of strange, but the Chinese surplus with the US, that bilateral surplus, which everybody got so concerned about in the US, was Chinese lending to the United States. They were buying US Treasury bills. Now, eventually that became also a problem in China because people in China said, why are we financing the US government in order to spend when we could be using that money at home? It works both ways on both sides. Okay, so that's the first part of the story. The second part of the story is to pick up the way or the implications. How much time have I got? 5 minutes? I mean, I can quit now if you want. I mean, this is because people are sufficiently scared of this thing that we could stop now. Now, the last point which I want to make is that the way the international system developed after World War II, if you look at Rosenstein-Rodin's paper on development, this was a question of what? Well, if you look at it, it talks about Europe. It talks about Southeastern Europe. And for someone who grew up today, the problem of developing countries, well, these problems are in Africa, they're in Asia, they're not in Europe. And the difficulty that he was facing was the breakup of European economic relations after the Versailles Treaty. That is, countries that were embedded in empires, in productive systems, were suddenly torn asunder. And the problem that he was facing was, what do we have to do in order to make these new economic entities self-sufficient? That was the development problem that he was facing. Now, that problem came from where? Oh, it came from the fact that we drew borders. We have external constraints. Why? Well, we have external constraints because we have borders. We do balance of payments accounts in terms of national borders. Could we get rid of external constraints by getting rid of borders? Yeah, that would work. But really, that's not the point. The point is that we could deal with these problems of, and this is where I'm coming back to the climate problems. Unfortunately, the issues of climate do not respect borders. The damage which is done randomly across the world. So the problem that we're dealing with is not a problem that was within the competence of national governments. So all of these responses will have to be cross-border responses. And this is where we get back to that problem that I started out with, and that's distribution, the distribution of the costs and benefits that are going to be involved. The costs are going to be primarily in terms of those countries that are less capable of responding with national measures in order to respond to those climate change. And it makes an a priori argument in favor of at least a multilateral solution, if not a global solution. And this is particular the place in which the digital revolution is applicable, because the internet does not, well, I was about to say does not respect borders. Well, some countries attempt to set up walls around their domestic systems, but most individuals manage to understand what is a VPN and get themselves around those borders. The internet does not respect borders, and an international payment system based on an internet system does not respect borders. So the final point, this is the Schumpeterian point, how many of you have smartphones in your pockets? Okay, I presume all of you do. Okay, these are what? These are creative destructors. Creative destructors, why? Well, they've ruined the mail system, everybody, everywhere. Nobody writes letters anymore. You use email. You listen to music. Well, I don't know. I grew up when you still had 78 RPM records. And then we went to the LPs, and then we went to CDs, and I now have CDs, but I can't find a CD player anymore to play them on anymore. So it's eliminated another complete range. Okay, and we can keep going. This is just the cell phone that's done this. Well, that WebTel system, which I showed you, is a mobile phone system. The system runs off of a mobile phone. I can make any payment I want with my phone. I can borrow and lend. Well, eventually I'll be able to borrow and lend when the system goes back up through the phone, and I can engage in virtually every kind of financial transaction that currently exists just on my phone. Henry Solomon, who was a very, very famous analyst for Solomon Brothers, Henry Kaufman for Solomon Brothers, at a conference about 12 years ago that I attended, stood up and said, the implications of technology in the financial system suggest that 90% of the people who are currently employed in that system will no longer be employed in 20 years. Okay, remember we had all of those gold resources and all of those reserves that are available? Well, the fire sector in the United States is what? Is about 15 to 17% of GDP. Suddenly we've now got 17% of GDP to play with. Boy, this digital business has gotten all sorts of financial possibilities that we hadn't thought about before. Now, using it effectively in order to meet the challenges of the climate crisis and the existing debt problems is the problem that we have to face going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Jan. We have 18 minutes to 5:30. We right in good time to get out of here by then. These are the solutions to the challenges of the times. Jan tells us this is 2024 as versus 1940s. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your hands to engage, so as to engage Jan? And do we have mics around? I see a hand here. And another one this other side. If we have 5 hands, to be quite good for us to get to 5:30. All right, next to you there as well. Yes, mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kregel, for your presentation. My name is Isaac Akologo. I work with the Monetary and Economic Sovereignty Group in Bayreuth, Germany. I want to ask if you think that the domestic banking system, particularly I would use the Ghanaian case, has any influence on the current debt crisis. I raise that question because I'm currently looking at data on sectoral distribution of bank credit. And since the 80s, but particularly since the turn of this century, there's been significant decline in credit to agriculture and manufacturing. How would you say this pattern of dysfunction within the financial system explains our crisis today?
The second gentleman. Well, okay, you can go. Just want to get
Thank you, Professor, for a very interesting talk. I have one question. It's probably more political than technical. Gold seems to be a very strong asset. Central banks love to hoard it. People love it, especially when the world economy is a mess. How do we get central banks to begin to think about a public good like debt, the emerging market debt, right? It's highly risky, it's unpredictable, it's volatile. The gold is safe, so it would require a paradigm shift. I'm wondering how that can happen. Thank you.
My name is Canton Salif Yusuf. I work for Community Development Alliance Ghana. Mine is just to find out from you. You've talked about the challenges of the international financial system. And from your discussion points, I get a sense that that system probably was not established with Africa in view or developing countries in view. If that is the case, as I can infer from some of the issues you have raised, what lessons can African countries or lower income countries learn from? And is there a way through which we can look at our own context and put in place a system that works better for us? Or in a global context, we are trapped in this international financial system that, in my view, was not designed with our context in view. You've also raised some critical issues about the climate crisis probably having a knock-on effect on the international financial system and its impacts particularly on countries like Africa and Ghana, where I come from. Recently in my region, I traveled from the Upper West this morning to this place. Increasingly, many people cannot even sleep in their rooms because of massive heat, irrespective of what you have. So a lot of the folks in places like Upper West and Upper East sleeps in the open, in their compound houses and stuff. And in my own region, there's a recent uprise of CSM, cerebrospinal meningitis, which is related to the changing climate. So your point is that the climate crisis has a distribution effect or a maldistribution effect, and you postulate that there may be a way through which the system will find a mechanism of redistribution. So that mechanism of redistribution is what I want to understand. How does it apply in our context? How does the climate crisis, with its redistributive effect, I know currently maybe it's impacting on health systems and probably increasing the cost of healthcare, particularly diseases like CSM and others. But when you talk about it's finding a redistributive effect, what really do you mean when you say that? Thank you.
Any other? The other side? Okay.
Yeah, I've just a very simple question. You have been mentioning about the issue of redistribution, and then considering the current technological divide and the disadvantage that African countries, particularly low-income countries, have in terms of basic infrastructure, technology, intellectual property, and so on. Do you think that technology, adoption of digital currencies could be a neutral arbiter for the current challenge that we are facing? And don't you think that we are that proposal would actually take us from being enslaved by Goldman Sachs to being enslaved by OpenAI or Microsoft or whoever is this big multinationals that have that advantage?
We have the last hand, so as to give Jan 10 minutes to respond. Any? All right, Jan, you have 12 minutes.
The problem is the response is always longer than the presentation. So that okay, if we start from the top. In the old days, well, in the old days, back when I was a student, we used to discuss things which were what was called directed lending. Okay. And this was before we had the quantity theory and the quantity approach to money supply approach and everything else. French government had directed lending. The US government also had directed lending. That is, it indicated where loans were supposed to be made and gave either support or preferential treatment or preferential financing to those particular areas. Now, one part of the Schumacher proposal creates the possibility for an investment board or an investment unit which could effectively target those areas in which financing should occur. So that we would be back to the possibility of saying that we have well, I don't want to say a societal assessment of how lending should take place, but at least a parliamentary decision through the government of which areas should benefit from financing. So that, for example, we were talking, I think, yesterday about agriculture, and someone mentioned that agricultural lending is going down. And my sort of fancy response was, well, if I were a banker, I certainly would never lend to agriculture, because agriculture lending is first the most risky lending that's possible because of the climate. And we now have this problem with the climate. So it's now become even more risky. So that if you're going to have a private financial system lending to the agricultural sector in order to produce the benefits which you would like to get from local agricultural production, you're going to have some sort of system in which you impose directed lending on the system. And you can do that much more easily if it's done through this system of global clearing or through the clearing union system than it is through the private sector. Because private individuals are always going to respond to private risks. Again, the standard response I'll give you, in the United States, we have a thing which is called redlining, okay? If you are a low income family and you happen to be colored, you have a virtually 0% chance of getting a mortgage on a house, despite the fact that the support of mortgage lending was developed under the Roosevelt administration in order to provide lending for individuals who had low incomes. Now, how did that happen? Well, it happened because they put the administration of the program into the hands of a professional banker. And very quickly, he said, you know, these low-income people don't pay back as regularly as high-income people. So in order to make sure that this system doesn't generate losses, we're only going to lend to high-income people. Now, why were they worried about this? Well, they were worried about the fact that it might generate a deficit and Congress might get upset. So you ended up with a good idea generating a very bad result. So if you have the possibility of having this possibility of directed lending, you can offset those possibilities. The fact of the gold standard, well, if you go to the WebTel system allows you to convert all of your holdings into gold, if you like. Now, the point that Smith made is that the gold physically doesn't have to be there, okay? All you have to do is to have the equivalent, and that's what frees up the gold. So whether or not it's there or not, you know, the US had a system of gold certificates. Gold certificates can work just as well. As Smith pointed out, we had these pieces of paper, and he said those pieces of paper are very good, because people can use them and then the firms can take that gold and use it to finance investment. So it's really not a problem. The problem is in terms of the defense that you have against the possibility of depreciation in the value of your holdings in the system. And if you have a system in which you can freely move your holdings from one currency to another, then there is no difficulty in individuals providing that sort of result. Now, if we look at the idea of content for developing countries, the interesting thing about Rosenstein-Rodin is that he was not a macroeconomist, okay? And all this development theories were based on the idea of complementarity substitution. Well, what he did was he said, okay, here I've got a lot of production of grain and they don't have much of anything else. Okay, what sort of things can they produce which fits, which are complements to that? And then he stepped back and he said, well, the other thing which is going to be required is a domestic financial system. Okay, we can't run everything through the banks in Vienna. What's going to happen? Well, he set up and proposed a European, Southeastern European regional financial system in which the risks of financing development was divided between the governments themselves and international investors. Okay? Now, whether that planned program was a good one or not, at least he recognized the problem. Okay? Now, the point is that virtually all of the other, if you like, big bang or big push or development strategists that use similar policies never bothered to say, well, just a minute, this stuff has to be financed. Okay? Our development strategy to create an industrial sector in order to move people off of the land into high productivity manufacturing, who pays for that? I don't know. It's not there. Arthur Lewis got a Nobel Prize. He got a lot of money. But as far as I know, he never paid any attention to the financial implications. And this is the thing that comes forward. And I'm glad that you raised that, because the problem is not only the change in the direction of investment, but in terms of the domestic financial system that enables you to engage in domestic funding. Somebody mentioned, I said, well, Alan Greenspan said that, he doesn't have to worry about the US paying its debts because he can always create the dollars that, well, why can he do that? He can do that because he has a financial system that allows him to do that. Most developing countries, and in particular low-income developing countries, have financial systems which are simply satellites of the financial institutions of developed countries. And obviously their interests are, well, I still have pictures after the Argentinian crisis of foreign banks loading piles of banknotes onto trucks and getting them to Uruguay as fast as they possibly could. So the problem is having your own financial system. Now, it's interesting that you also raised this question of the additional add-ons. I didn't mention the health problems. Obviously, one of the challenges which is going to come forward in terms of climate change is in terms of the provision of health services. And the question comes, the financing of those health services is best done how? Is it best done through a private provision system, or is it best done through a common system? In the United States, we have the debate over whether you use single payer or whether you use a private system. Obviously, we know that the single payer system is cheaper and more efficient. Nonetheless, that we've never done it. But if the digital change takes place, it's going to be much easier to introduce single payer system, at least for specific groups within the country. And eventually, it turns out, if Schumpeter is correct, is that the creative destructors eventually end up winning. And this is the response to the problem that comes up in terms of AI and Amazon, Google, and so forth. Okay. These are systems which require, as virtually all communication systems do, require concentration. Okay, if you run a network, if you follow network theory, okay, network theory runs on the basis of having a central node. All right, this is what we used to call in the old days the AT&T telephone system. Okay, one person has a telephone, it's useless. It's only useful if everybody has a telephone. Okay, so you require that kind of concentration. The side issue is that you have a central node and then you need subsidiary nodes because the stability of the system depends on having subsidiary nodes if the central system happens to break down. In fact, that's the way the internet works. When you send an internet message, what happens is these packets go running around the system, 5 or 6 of them go around, and eventually they come back together at the address which they're supposed to go to. Okay. Now, the point behind this is that eventually the internet as a distributed system has the ability to eliminate those existing networks. And this is what I think we will see going forward. And we're seeing it now already in the difficulties that are being faced by, well, in particular by, what is Zuckerberg's thing called? Mist? No, it's not Mist. It's what Facebook, Meta, became. Meta, as we know, went into this process of Web3. And there are, well, this is too difficult to go into, but the problem with Web3 is it's based on a Web2, which is based on a system which is not compatible with the original layer 1 of Satoshi's Bitcoin approach. Okay, so that instead of using Bitcoin as a transaction mechanism, which is what it was supposed to be, it's become a security. That is, people speculate in it. Well, as long as people speculate in it, you're never going to get to Web3. You have to start with a layer which allows the possibility of using that, whatever you want to call it, Bitcoin or whatever, as a transaction mechanism. So if any of you are familiar with the way Bitcoin runs, there are currently 3 different kinds of Bitcoin that exist in the system. One is BSV, which is the Satoshi initial proposal. Okay, then there is regular Bitcoin, and there's Bitcoin Lightning. Okay, all of these, so that the Bitcoin that we currently see, and everybody talks about the price, is a Bitcoin in which the initial code has been adjusted so that the maximum size of the packet that the Bitcoin that the miners can transact is given. Which means that as the system scales up, the system gets slower and slower. So nobody is going to use a transaction system if it takes 15 minutes or 20 minutes or longer in order to verify a transaction. Okay, the advantage of, I'm going to dig in and get my dollars out of my pocket. The advantage of this is that once the dollar passes, the transaction is automatically validated. Bitcoin, that doesn't happen anymore. And eventually, my interpretation is eventually this is going to bring down this entire system. Now, I can see you're getting nervous because I'm about to go through into supper or whatever we're having next.
A round of applause, please, for Professor Jan. Thanks very much. Colleagues, we've come to an end of this session today. Those online, thanks for joining us. Tomorrow is exactly 9 o'clock. Thanks for being here this afternoon, and look forward to having some good dinner tonight. Good night.